We're going to go ahead and get started if you'd like to take your seats. As a reminder, this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. So all of you be on your best behavior. No questions, okay. Okay, to begin with this morning, I'd like to welcome you all. I would like to provide an update on an item from this committee's October board meeting. At that meeting, the board voted to phase out several undergraduate physics programs for not meeting the low producing threshold. We've asked the staff to work with these programs on evaluating whether the physics consortium could be redesigned to meet those requirements. The institutions felt that having the consortium would provide a viable means to give access to students. Since that meeting, coordinating board staff have met with representatives of several institutions to work towards a revised proposal. Staff have provided feedback on a draft proposal which the institutions initially planned to have submitted for this meeting, but a formal proposal has not been received at this time. The staff will review the proposal when it arrives and will report back to the board its recommended action. With that, let's move to agenda item 2 is approval of the minutes from the December 13th, 2011 meeting. Dr. Tesher, I believe you had a concern on one of the items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 3, under item G1, I recall that I agreed to support that if we were willing to conduct a comprehensive review of the expansion effectiveness in meeting the stated reasons for the existence of the current DNP programs that this board has already approved and that have already been opened, and that I asked that take place prior to consideration of approval of any additional programs by this board and by the staff. So if the minutes can specifically reflect that I asked that agreement in exchange for my approval of that program at that time.
Members, your recollection, is that in line with Dr. Tesher's?
We were talking about the December committee meeting when we met as a committee here in December, and we considered the UT Health Science Center San Antonio DNP program, and that's item G1 that we approved. And at that time, I specifically asked that we had approved, I believe now this would have been the 6th public program, and specifically there was some conflict as to the actual intention of the graduates of the program, where they would fit into the health professions. Would they become faculty? Would they become actually people in clinical situations, and how many would there be? And I specifically asked that we study this, the effectiveness of that, prior to approving any more programs, and whether the programs we had could be expanded to meet that need without additional programs being started.
Chairman, I second that motion, and I recalled not exact those words, but pretty much the same.
Okay, McGregor.
Yes, sir. I believe that was as Dr. Tesher has said. That's fine. We can add that to the minutes and make that reflect the same statement.
Very good. Any other additions, corrections to the minutes? Yes, Dr. Tesher.
Yeah. Item W, I think it's maybe it's wordsmithing, but it's typographical. It said consideration of adopting the commissioner's recommendation, and then at the very end, to offer courses leading to a medical degree in Texas. I think it would be more correct to say to offer courses in Texas leading to a medical degree from the American University of the Caribbean. It wasn't going to be a medical degree in Texas. It was going to be courses in Texas that would lead to a medical degree from that university, which would still be an offshore university.
I would have to agree with that.
That's fine. We'll make that change.
With those two
approval.
With those two amendments, is there a second?
Second.
If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item 3 is consideration of approval of the consent calendar for the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy.
Move approval.
Second.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 4 is consideration of the staff recommendation to the board for approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects, Texas A&M University, Central Texas. Construct a multipurpose and library building in Killeen. Dr. Dan Kennedy, Director of Project Planning, Texas A&M University, will give a brief presentation of this project and also the next one. Mr. Kennedy, welcome.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the doctor, but I'm not a doctor, so it's just Mr. or Dan. It's better. But yes, we are here today to present A&M Central Texas request for a new multipurpose and library building project. In relation to this project, I have today here with me in the audience Dr. Mark Migliazzo, who's president of Texas A&M Central Texas, Ms. Gayleen Nunn, who's vice president for finance and administration, and Mr. Chris Hill, who's the director of facilities, to participate in the discussion if need be. So, but anyway, we'll move on with the presentation. Let me show that next slide there. This building will be located in the northern portion of the A&M Central Texas new campus adjacent to the Fort Hood Reserve in Killeen, Texas. This slide shows particular data about the project. The total project budget is $50 million. The funding will be PUF bonds, and the estimated date for substantial completion of the project is July of 2014. Next one. Multipurpose and library building will be the second building on the new campus following the classroom office building, which is scheduled to be occupied this spring. The location is based on the A&M Central Texas Master Plan, which was completed as the new campus was beginning development. Show the next one. The new building will be a 4-story facility to include general purpose smart classrooms, basic biology chemistry labs, two tiered lecture halls, flexible meeting areas including space for student activities, a counseling center, the university library, and a campus-wide facilities to be a campus-wide technology hub as the campus develops. Site development will include infrastructure, landscaping, and additional parking. The university and the project meet all applicable coordinating board standards with the exception of space utilization efficiency criteria, and Texas A&M Central Texas has submitted a plan of action which has been accepted by the staff to improve their utilization efficiency in this area. Are there any questions about this project?
Mr. Chairman.
Dan, can you describe, I've asked staff previously to put more detail in here about what that acceptable plan entails. Is it at a combined score of 82, that's you're only a little less than 55% of where the standard is. So can you tell us a little bit about, you know, at the 30,000 foot level, what that plan entails and how quickly it will bring your space utilization up?
I'm going to ask one of the representatives from A&M Central Texas to come and go through the plan as they prepared it, if they would.
Okay,
I've got
who's
a copy
going to
of
be?
And I've got a copy
I've
of
got
the
a copy of the
here.
plan too.
So,
we can go through the.
basically, one of the things that they're doing is something we've talked about before, which is pulling together a centralized scheduling system. So that has helped many of the other institutions improve their SUS score, and we actually have a panel on talking about SUS scores later in the agenda today, so this will be very appropriate. I'll go ahead and let them look at it.
Chris Hill, Director of Facilities for A&M Central Texas. One of the things we can bring up is right now we're in all leased space. So as we can tell, leased space is not conducive to being the best to be able to utilize our needs as they grow. I mean, we have one, our North Campus, which is a junior high middle school, and because of office space for faculty, we have them in classroom space. So we have to do as we build this new campus, we're going to be able to build to our needs. So as we move into this first building in May, we'll actually be taking one of these leased buildings offline, and we'll be we'll be losing some classroom space, meaning that we'll be able to utilize the fewer classrooms. It'll be off of our the plan, and we'll be using fewer classroom spaces, which will help improve our utilization, because we'll be able to use those more often, as opposed to having many and only using a few. We'll have a few and use them more.
Chris, if I'm understanding you, you're leasing space that maybe is not being utilized for what your needs are, and
Correct.
You're a growing campus.
We're a brand new campus. Yeah, we're growing. I mean, we're moving into our brand new campus. We're moving into our first building here coming May, and starting to have classes in June.
So Susan, wouldn't that be pretty reasonable to expect in a campus or a university
Yes.
that's expanding?
And the universities that are expanding, and because they're kind of situated all over the Killeen area, they don't really have a single building at this point, then that will help be a big driver, I believe.
So can you tell us when you would expect to, how much time it will take, given those conditions, which are perfectly logical to get to this?
I think our next reporting cycle, we'll see an improvement, because, like I said, we'll be taking a building offline and utilizing the new building. And then for this second building, the other two campuses we have will go offline, and we'll be able to have everybody up onto the hill. So now that even makes it even more efficient, because now we'll be utilizing just those classrooms, and we're building those classrooms to our strengths, which is where the departments were growing in the classrooms, and as our enrollment increases, because we think it's going to generate a lot of enrollment increase when we get up into the campus and you start getting that environment, as opposed to being right now in the CTC campus. We're kind of mixed in, and then we have our own junior high off to the, in the middle of Killeen. So it'll give us a little more unity. I'm sorry, here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Susan, was there a calculation done for the overall score with the proposed plan that they had, to see what that would have been with the amendments that they made in the new plan?
No, I don't believe there was. We could run that.
This is a general comment, not specific to this project, but to follow up on Amir's question, when we see plans submitted, I'd really like to see a projection of when the proposed improvements will allow that institution to hit the standard we've set. And as I think that should be part of the plan submitted. It should be part of what's reported in the briefing, not in infinite detail, but just with a sentence or two, what improvements will lead to hitting the standard by when.
Okay.
And just so that I understand, so they're building this, you've got multiple buildings. What's the time frame that it all becomes consolidated, or?
At the end of this second building.
Second building, everything, you won't have any other spread out, you'll be a consolidated campus?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Are there any other questions?
I don't know, moving from leasing to the newer property would help significantly make any difference in terms of the utilization today. Let me rephrase the question. What is your enrollment today, total, and what are you projecting it to be in, say, 5 years?
Let me get Dr. Nigliazzo for that.
Our current enrollment.
Excuse me, could you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Mark Nigliazzo, and I'm president of Texas A&M University, Central Texas. Our current enrollment is approximately 2,500 students, and we are already experiencing, as we prepare to move into the new campus in the fall, significant enrollment projection increases as we look to the fall semester. Keep in mind that we are located in Killeen, and our enrollment to some degree is driven by Fort Hood. Soldiers are coming back by the thousands. right now, and our second 8 weeks enrollment, for example, is going into double digits in terms of enrollment increases. One of our challenges has been, as Chris has already explained to you, has been that we are scattered across the community of Killeen, and that we are in spaces that are not designed for our particular programs and the kind of teaching we do. The middle school that he referred to, for example, has classroom spaces in it that were old science laboratories that we can barely use for anything. So as we move to the new campus, our projection is that by the time we move into this second building in 2014 and we completely consolidate the campus, that we'll be at or above 3,000 students. And I think that's probably going to be a conservative estimate.
Can you just give a ballpark number as to what do you think you will be in 5 years?
In 5 years, I would hope we would be at or above the 4,000 student mark. The consolidation of the campus and the opening of the permanent campus has sent a very strong message throughout the area that the university is here. It has a permanent place. Its name isn't going to change again. It isn't going to morph into something else. We had over 500 brand new students who had never attended with us before enroll in the spring. Over 70% of those were community college students who were transferring in, and those numbers have grown dramatically in the last year. We believe that if we work the upper level institution concept to its highest capability, we will be able to show a tremendously cost-effective process of educating students as we work with our area community colleges. The two closest to us, of course, are Central Texas College, where we share a campus presently, and Temple College. We also have recent agreements with Austin Community College that have been signed, and with Texas State Technical College in Waco. So we are pushing very hard for that relationship with the community college. At the same time, we continue to build our relationship with Fort Hood and the education of soldiers and family members who are coming into Fort Hood from literally all over the world, who are transferring into us.
No, your rationale is, very justifiable, and I think it's going to have some growing pains. But I think once there is a permanent campus out there, I think the process may expedite a little bit.
So would you like to
I'll make a motion.
that as a motion? Is there a second? Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor of approval of item 4A, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign.
4A1.
4A1, excuse me.
Not to put too
With any
fine a point on it.
clarification, 4A1 is approved. Thank you very much. Dan?
Okay, I'm here for the next project, too, that A&M San Antonio, which is to seeking coordinating board approval to construct the Central Academic Building and Patriots CASA project. And again, related to this project from A&M San Antonio, we have today Dr. Charles Rodriguez, who is Vice President for Strategic Initiatives, Institutional Advancement, and Military Affairs at the university, Mr. Joe Garcia, who's Special Assistant for Academic Affairs, and Mr. Marshall Laswell, who's Director of Facilities and Physical Plant. The Central Academic Building and Patriots CASA will consist of two separate buildings to be located in the northern part of the new A&M San Antonio campus. Again, this slide shows particular data about the project. The total budget is $75 million. Funding again will be PUF bonds, and the estimated date for substantial completion of this project is April of 2014. The Central Academic Building and Patriots CASA will be the second and third buildings on the new campus, following the multi-purpose building, which was just occupied this last fall. These two new buildings are essential development to further the university's goal to be totally located on the new campus site. The Central Academic Building will be a 4-story structure to house the Division of Student Affairs, the expansion of the School of Arts and Sciences, and the University Administration. The facility will contain spaces to include classrooms, lecture halls, bookstore, an auditorium, faculty and administrative offices, counseling rooms, library, food court, and various student service and activity areas. The Patriots Casa will have a primary mission of helping military veterans to earn degrees and prepare for transition to the civilian workforce. This facility is currently planned as a 2-story facility with spaces to include a welcome area, classrooms, ROTC offices, Veteran Support Services offices, counseling areas, formal ceremony room, study space, and a computer lab. Patriot Casa is also planned to include a lit interior courtyard and a large area of landscape walkways, gardens, and recreational activity space. Site infrastructure for both projects will include the utility extension, site lighting, landscaping, access drives, and parking. The university in this project meets all applicable coordinating board standards, again with the exception of the space utilization efficiency criteria. And they have submitted a plan of action to the coordinating board for rectifying this. And if y'all want to have a discussion, we can get a representative of the university up here to talk about this.
And I do have the plan of action with me. One of the things they have done is they've got a committee on their campus now that is to be with their sole purpose is to be looking at the space utilization and the efficiencies and how they can incorporate some of the items that we've been talking about, and working on that. They've also, their utilization by pulling some of their stuff together right now, they are also on a different campus at this time. They're on the Palo Alto campus along with this campus. So that does create a little bit of some inefficiencies by being spread apart like that. So that's the other part of it. They are changing some census dates so that they have a better handle, not changing their census, but changing when they're forcing students to apply so that they can better schedule their courses, their classes into the existing classrooms that they have, and they expect that to be helping. And they've got, and they call it right sizing the courses so that their demand better meets the size of their classes, and they expect that to increase their percent fill from the current 59 to the 65% for fall 12. So that's kind of their plan of action to get that done. And in your notes, I know it says that they didn't meet, but if you'll notice, when we updated the space utilization, they actually do have a surplus now instead of a deficit. A deficit instead of a surplus. So that's already been taken care of just with their growth down there.
Members' question?
Just, is it your opinion, Susan, that when these buildings are completed in May of 2014, because of the plan you just described, particularly the consolidation similar to Central Texas?
They are expecting by fall of 2013 that they will be meeting the standard.
Okay. That was actually,
they
made the projection in their plan.
Right, in their plan.
Doctor?
Yeah, Dan, you may have to bring in some of the other folks on this question, but being that San Antonio is one of the 3 sites where our wounded warriors get ongoing and continuing care, and there's a large number who for several years are going to continue to get care at the San Antonio National Medical Center, both primarily Army and Air Force there. Have there been considerations for making this accessible to some of our wounded warriors who have mobility needs, kind of a unique population that you're probably going to be serving?
I'm going to see if Dr. Rodriguez would come and talk about this. He's been really monitoring and pushing this program and with the military relations there, and I'll let him respond to that if he would.
Sir, I'm Chuck Rodriguez, a VP there at A&M San Antonio. And to answer your question, sir, yes. In fact, we're working very closely with 2 key experts. One is an operational expert at the Warrior and Family Support Center, and she's been operating that system there for the wounded veterans as they process through the Center for Intrepid, reintegrate with their families, and after treatments or through their treatments, encourage them to go on, and especially to higher education and complete their degrees. For the facilities themselves, yes, there are very specific plans to ensure that the hallways, the doorways, the restrooms, and to include the frame of the doors. Many of our wounded warriors now are actually issued segways so that they can get around when they're mobility impaired. and that's going to raise them off the ground by about a foot to a foot and a half, depending on the model that they have. So we're looking at those jambs being raised as well, with the doors not as handles, but the doors as levers, if you will. So those kind of modifications are being discussed right now. The other expert that we have working with us is with our architectural firm, and he's a nationally respected consultant with some of the Walter Reed, the National Medical Center there. And so we're bringing some of their best practices in as we do the design work.
Any other questions? Not, is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of item 4A2, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
approved. Item 4B is an update on construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase project at the University of Texas at Arlington. Purchase of land and improvements at 1225 South Pecan Street in Arlington, Texas. This project was approved prior on an emergency approval, so there's no vote necessary, but we want to make sure that you are kept up to date. Susan, are there any comments, or does anyone have any questions? I believe this was done because of their need to move forward with the seller of the property.
They needed to move forward with the seller of the property, and they wanted to make sure that that sale was completed by the time so that they could post it on their website so that the students would be able to sign up for it with the regular housing for the next fall. And since they've already started that, they wanted to make sure that this was one of the options given to students in an effort to make sure that it remained
Susan.
filled.
Questions?
Yeah. How old are these apartments?
Let me look through.
Best I recall, they're not that old.
I think they're only about 4 or 5 years old. They're not very old.
So they paid for the apartments and not for the site. I just want to make sure.
That's right. If there's no further questions, we'll move to item 4C, report on facilities, decisions, and projects certified to meet the requirements of the expedited process for approval. Susan, would that be you?
That would be me. As you remember, this was part of the SB 5 changes that happened in the 82nd legislature. If they meet all of our standards, they do not have any facilities audit findings against the institution, then basically they tell us about the project, we certify that they meet all the standards, and it moves forward.
Members?
This is informational.
This is informational.
Susan, did refresh for the committee members the process.
Okay, they submit a regular project approval, and we go through and we certify that they meet all of our standards that have been set by the board. Once they meet all, we certify that they do meet all the standards. Basically, we send a letter saying, because you've met all these standards, you're certified, and you've given the approval. SB 5 really didn't give us any other options for that one. They are on their audit schedule, so we'll go back and make sure that as the audit process continues, that what they submitted really continues to meet the standards. They would still provide us information after the project's done to make sure that the costs and everything else are still within our standards. So we will, this is such a new process, we really don't have any completed buildings yet, so we don't.
Mr. Chairman?
A couple of these projects, two of the large, in fact, the two largest were reapprovals. Have we checked about the legislative intent on reapprovals, and was it a budget issue that required reapproval on, talking about the second reapproval for DKR, TMS athletic offices at UT, and then the renovation at 1901 Main Street for UNT?
I think we just treated them like we would any other reapproval coming back, and when they met all the standards. If they had met all the standards on their first approval, we went ahead and let it go through.
Well, my question is, what was the reason they needed reapproval? Was it budget related? And secondly, are we sure that SB 5 was intended to include reapprovals?
I don't believe, and I'd have to go back and look, but my understanding is SB 5 didn't specify reapproval versus new construction. It didn't say either way, it just said construction project. So that it was pretty silent on the reapproval. I will have to go back and I can have somebody check to make sure that that is whether it's funding or a different funding source or change of scope.
I may want to
I'll have
just
them
ask
look at that.
for legislative intent. And a related question to that would be when the reapproval is submitted, do they recertify that they continue to meet the same standards?
We did. That's what we did with them.
Okay.
That we made sure,
That's
even though they're,
re-verified.
yes,
Yeah.
we re-verified that they continued to meet those standards. We did not, if they had not met the standards on the reapproval, then they would have come forward to the board.
Some of these projects are pretty small. $8,000. Is there a minimum limit for the projects to be?
There is a it's $4 million for a repair, renovation, or new construction, but if it's a purchase of any property, and like $2 million and the $265,000, those are project purchases. And so any state property purchase has to come forward.
I feel that $8,000 is too small a number to come to the coordinating board for approval. Maybe we should.
Those would not have come to the board. Those actually are approved at my level anyway, but they came forward and submitted them as being expedited approval, so we just added them to the list. But those, y'all would not have ever seen $8,000 approvals.
Well, maybe we can eliminate these projects from they're asking us for the coordinating board to approve at all. Maybe we can set a new threshold, maybe 50,000 and up, maybe 100,000 and up. Why do they have to come to us?
I think what Susan was trying to say is any purchase, regardless of the dollar amount,
has to come to the board.
Come to the board.
So this would be
staff or whatever.
This would be setting a new threshold that doesn't currently exist for property purchases.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a threshold for projects.
The threshold for projects is $4 million.
Why don't we recommend a new threshold for the property purchase? Maybe 100,000 or more, or $2 million or more, or something like that.
And we could look into that. Would take a change in legislation, but we could
I feel
look at that.
We should look at that. Maybe.
But that's not a supervisory thing. That is state law.
Right.
That
That would
this is
require a change in legislation.
So the legislature would have to pass a bill, the governor sign off on it, before we could change that threshold.
Next go around.
All right. Are there any other questions?
We can recommend that, right?
I'm sorry, Dr. Tesher.
Yeah, Susan, we're obviously new in this SB 5 process. Tell us about the ones that have not been approved. Do you have a file of those out there that have not been approved that are starting to try to work their way back through the system?
No, those are, because when they submit them, if they're on, they will have come, we certify them within 3 days, whether, we look through and make sure that they meet the requirements, usually 3 to 5 days on the expedited approval. So we let them know pretty quick, and then they're going to be on either my approval level, the commissioners, or as you saw, these two, they came to the committee, and then or to the board, whichever is appropriate.
And that's my question. I guess the word is certification. Are the institutions understanding what they need to gain that certification?
Oh, yes.
And you're not
Yes.
decertifying a lot of these and sending them back?
No,
So when it
they
arrives
pretty
there-
well know whether they meet all the requirements or not.
Okay. And does staff have any concern that other, unintended consequences implementing SB 5 with regard to this? I know it's early,
we
you
saw-
qualified that.
Back in September, right after the law took effect, we saw a huge number of projects come forward. We really think those were kind of waiting for the law to take effect so that they wouldn't. And so we did see a huge surge. Right now, we're not seeing that surge continue. And that was our concern originally, is that we would continue to see just a lot of buildings coming forward, huge dollar value buildings coming forward.
Do you think there was pent-up demand anticipating SB 5 would pass under these new
Right.
adopted rules, which would be more favorable for the institutions to get them approved?
Right.
Thank you.
So how many are in that backlog that have not been approved?
I don't know that we have any right now that
All that
have
have
not.
come forward are meeting the criteria?
Right, and we tell, like I said, we tell them pretty quickly
Right.
that, no, we disagree, you don't meet this standard, and then they've already been submitted for, and so they are either on this board or ready for the next board meeting, getting ready for the next
How many
meeting.
would be on the next board meeting, you think?
The deadline hasn't hit yet, so we have 4 or 5 maybe.
Okay.
At this point. It's not a huge number.
How many days do you have by law or according to SB 5?
It just says as soon as possible. We try to get them in as quickly as possible. If they come in saying we think we meet expedited approval, we move them to the front, and so that we can verify whether they do or do not meet expedited approval.
And you feel like 3 to 5 days allows you ample time to do your due diligence too?
Yes, unless we're in the middle of something else, which sometimes there's other things that just can't be pushed off to the side. But
Yeah, and then just a follow-up question. As far as transparency, obviously the institutions understand the rules. Are those rules published on our website so any member of the public can read those?
yes. Those rules were passed, I believe, in October.
Is there a max limit on how much they can request?
No.
So at any point, as long as anybody meets it, it could be hundreds of
Yes.
millions of dollars.
We've had, I think the largest one we had was 400 million expedited approval, something like that.
Is that a concern for the
It
staff?
was originally, but since now, like I said, this was a new process. I think we had some of those that were waiting.
Right.
They went through. As I said, once those buildings are completed, we get a report from the institution saying, okay, here's the actual costs, and we do that for all of our buildings. So then we'll be able to go back and look at that. But
What's
without
the-
having completed buildings, yeah, we can't do that.
In the audit process, if there is a building that goes through for $100 million, they get their initial funding, goes through, they start the building, whatever it is that they do, and then the audit comes through and says that they don't meet those requirements. What is the obligation of that institution for that money?
They would have to come back to the board, and basically, we would be asking questions about how they came up with these numbers, what they did, and that's something we'd have to talk about at the time.
Let's make sure that everyone understands that this is a legislative mandate. It's statutes. Okay?
Can we make a recommendation to legislature to cap it or have some maximum amount? I think it's something we need to really look at it because, loopholes, what do you do after the building is put up? You're not going to tear them down.
So I think Muneer brings up a good point, and if you prefer, Mr. Chairman, I'll make that in the motion of a recommendation that staff come up with some guidelines that we would be able to recommend for a maximum amount that would be on the streamlined approval process that we could then take back to the legislature.
And also we can add the minimum amount for the purchase of land.
So I would move that we ask staff before our next committee meeting to give us some guidelines or recommendations for minimum and maximum amounts for each of those.
I might suggest we make it the request even broader. Instead of presuming that the improvement would be a maximum dollar amount, maybe there are other criteria that would be a different flag. It could end up being a maximum dollar amount, but I would just like to see what Susan and her staff would recommend generally to continue to meet the intent of SB 5, but perhaps to ensure that nothing falls through or slips through the cracks, whatever those
I
recommendations
think intent
might
is
be.
good as long as there's no abuse or, taking undue advantage of it.
Is there a second to Dr. Tescher's
I'll
motion?
second that motion.
And I think we need to add what the chairman said. I agree with what the chairman added to broaden that.
Okay. Whoever's taking notes, do you have all that? Or Susan, do you understand the
I think we understand.
intent of the motion?
We have y'all tape recorded, so we can
Okay,
go back.
great.
I second whatever Dr. Tusher's motion was, including Mr. Chairman and Phil's comments.
Okay, now
Well,
that,
sorry for whoever has to listen to those tapes.
yeah, now that we're all clear as mud, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Bill.
Just a point of order, if I may. Thank you. That Durga Agrawal also proposed a minimum that would come to the board for purchases of real property, and I don't know if that was part of the second. And so if it was, I apologize for interrupting.
Okay.
If it wasn't,
Dr. Tesher, could you clarify?
Yes, all of the above.
My second was based on everything he said.
All right, is that satisfactory, Bill? Okay. Thank you for your input. With those suggestions and differences, now, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4D is a presentation by Stephen F. Austin University on future campus plans for the institution. Dr. David Patillo, President of Stephen F. Austin State University, and Dr. Danny Gallant, Interim Vice President, Finance and Administration with Stephen F. Austin, will be available to answer any of our questions and go through a program. Obviously, there are a couple other handsome gentlemen joining them, so if you would be kind enough to introduce yourselves, we're very happy to have you here and look forward to your presentation.
Morning.
Can you hold on 1 second? Is your microphone on?
Does it appear to be on now?
It is now. Okay.
Well, I think what I said was basically good morning, Mr. Chairman and other members of the coordinating board, and to Mr. Commissioner. We're delighted to have the opportunity to be here with you today to talk to you and share with you our latest master plan. With me this morning to my left is Dr. Richard Berry, who is our Provost and Academic Vice President. Next to me is Mr. Danny Gallant, who is our Vice President of Finance and Administration. And on the very end is Dr. Steve Westbrook, who is our Vice President of University Affairs. As I said, we're happy to be here to share with you the master plan that's just been adopted at SFA. In fact, it is somewhat ironic. This plan was approved by our Board of Regents on January the 31st, 2012. And on that particular day, that particular board meeting, it just so happened Commissioner Paredes came to Nacogdoches and visited with our Board of Regents to give them an update on the state of affairs in higher education. Now, it's not often that we have someone to come to Nacogdoches from Austin to visit with us or to visit with the Board of Regents, and his visit was truly appreciated and has been mentioned several times since then, and we thank you for coming that day. Very shortly, Mr. Gallant will present the master plan that was presented, but I'd like to make just a few facts about the university before we go into that and tell you over the last 5 years some of the things we've done. I'd like to move back and tell you, as you know, our university opened in 1923. It's named for Stephen F. Austin, the father of Texas. We started as a teacher's college, and that was in our title until 1949, and then we became Stephen F. Austin State University. And then in 1969, we became what's classified as a regional comprehensive university. We are one of the 4 independent universities in the state. We are not in a system, and so I wanted to mention that to you because some of the others that have been testifying are in a system. It means we have our own 9 regents appointed by Governor Perry at our university. I would tell you that we have approximately 13,000 students in our enrollment at the university. We anticipate growth at about 2% per year at our university. And I might tell you that over the last 5 years that We were fortunate enough in the 79th legislative session to receive a tuition revenue bond from the state that enabled us to build a new early childhood research center. That is one of our premier programs at the university, and we built that new facility. It is quite unique. We have a lab school in it, which means that we take children from just a few weeks of age up to pre-kindergarten, and then we have a charter school where we have children from pre-kindergarten through the 5th grade. We have approximately 335 students there on campus in that program. And of course, you have your college students working directly with them hands-on, as well as the teachers that are assigned to them. Plus, you have the university professors that are involved directly with them. And then in addition, I would mention to you that in the 80th session of the legislature, we were fortunate enough also to receive a tuition revenue bond to build a new nursing facility at our university, and we have a state-of-the-art nursing facility there that has all the most modern equipment. It has the hospital emergency rooms. It has the hospital bay, has a pediatric ward, et cetera, et cetera. So we're very, very proud of that new facility we have. I would tell you in that same period of time, we have built 3 new residence halls, plus we have built a new student recreation center. So as you can see that since 2006, we have been very busy in upgrading our campus in regard to facilities and et cetera. So that brings us up to the current time. We have a new master plan, as I mentioned, that was approved on January 31st. That will cover from 2012 until 2020. It's an 8-year master plan. And at this time, Mr. Danny Gallant, who is our vice president over administration, will present the actual plan and the phases in which we will operate.
Good morning, Chair Hahn, Chair of the Board, Heldenfels, Commissioner Paredes. Thank you for the opportunity, and also members, to present our plan to you this morning. If I could draw your attention to the first visual that we have there, what you see is the entrance to Stephen F. Austin. And for us, that symbolizes the entrance for opportunities for freshman students, transfer students from community colleges, transfer students from other institutions, and also for our current students, because this plan, we believe, is truly student-centered as it should be. And so for us, this symbolizes what the master plan is about. If you could go to slide 2, please. What I'd like to talk to you about here are the reasons and the purpose and the guiding influences for our master plan. We at Stephen F. Austin today are beneficiaries of past leadership, past vision, past development of our current resources. We're very aware of that. We're aware of the responsibility that has been extended to us as not only responsible to our students and faculty and staff, but also the citizens of the state of Texas. So our master plan begins then for us with stewardship. We are stewards of resources that have been entrusted to us, and the resources that we have require maintenance, they require renovation, that require various types of upkeep. And so our commitment begins then with our existing resources. For the 5-year period that ended August 11th, 2011, SFA expended almost $24 million on planned maintenance and over $10 million on deferred maintenance. Also, as a part of stewardship, we believe that we need to repurpose our facilities as needs arise. For academic programs that are growing, Dr. Patillo mentioned 2 facilities that we were fortunate to be able to construct, the Early Childhood Research Center and the nursing facility. When those areas were vacated, we repurposed that space for growing programs. For example, the Early Childhood Research Center vacated a space that was part of the Early Childhood Lab. We moved Human Sciences, which was a growing program, into part of that space. We also moved our kinesiology, part of our kinesiology department, into the other component of that space. So the process of getting the TRB not only allowed us to extend additional delivery to current and future students, but also to repurpose facilities and accommodate growth. In our nursing program, when the nursing program moved into the new facility, we were able to repurpose that space for science, technology, engineering, and math, what we all know as STEM initiatives, and to promote that center. So we feel like that's an important part of our stewardship responsibility, and we take that very seriously. In terms of efficiency as it relates to stewardship, we engaged in an energy performance contract that was just completed in December 2011, where we worked with the State Energy Conservation Office and were able to get some funds to be able to renovate our utility infrastructure. The project scope was $17.2 million and included chill water optimization, airside optimization, water management, boiler upgrades, outside air handler units, lighting efficiency improvements, power quality, also vending machine controllers. So we had a very comprehensive initiative. As a part of a guiding influence also, SFA believes that we have to have a vision just as past administrations have. Our plan is guided by a vision that's directed by student enrollment and projected student growth. The firm that came in and conducted the master plan exercise with us met with departments, academic departments, and determined current and future projected needs. Science enrollment is projected to grow 49% by 2020. Fine arts enrollment is projected to grow 39% by 2020. So the plan is designed in a comprehensive manner, and it also includes student life initiatives as well as academic initiatives, and I'll discuss those in just a moment. With regard to closing the gaps, that was also a major component of how we designed our plan. The various initiatives within closing the gaps are very important to us. I'd like to discuss some of those and remind you that we reminded ourselves through the plan that we were cognizant of our needs, our future student needs, and the importance of those. SFA has grown 11% in the past 5 years. We've had a 103% increase in African American and Hispanic students since 2000. As of fall 2011, SFA has completed 92% of the total institutional Closing the Gaps 2015 target. There are many different academic disciplines that have contributed to our growth. Some 5-year enrollment increase examples include an increase in music of 29%, human sciences, I mentioned human sciences a few minutes ago, an increase of 54%, kinesiology with a 31%, and the College of Science and Math in fall 2011 experienced the highest fall 2011 one-year increase of any SFA college with an 8% increase. In terms of closing the gap success, in academic year 2011, approximately 46% of SFA bachelor degree recipients were first-generation college students. With regard to the at-risk student population, as defined by the coordinating board, SFA has increased the number of undergraduate degrees to that population by 78% since 2000. To promote student success, we have developed an early alert program that links faculty and student life to identify students who have academic problems or other kinds of social or integration problems. Academic affairs and student affairs are working very closely to address those particular needs. In regard to our graduation rates, and the Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner, you mentioned this at a board meeting, SFA graduation rates reported through the Coordinating Board Accountability System have increased during the last 5 years from 38.7% to 44.3%, while statewide rates have declined slightly from 50% to 49.6%. For the latest comparisons in the accountability system, SFA rates are higher than 21 of the 30 Texas public four-year institutions that reported rates for this measure. In terms of research, within closing the gaps for the 5-year period that ended August 31, 2011, SFA had research expenditures of almost $38 million. Since 2001, SFA has increased federal and private research expenditures per FTE faculty by 55.3%. With regard to excellence, one of our stars, I think that you're very aware of, is the Academic Assistance Resource Center called the ARC. During 2011, the ARC is a place where students can go for tutoring, to go for studying, to go for academic support outside the classroom. During 2011, the ARC had 63,759 student tutoring visits and 3,836 workshop visits. The percentage of freshman students who use the ARC has increased from 53% to 83% in the past 5 years, a 57% increase. Further terms of excellence at the university, SFA maintains one of the highest rates in the state for percentage of lower division courses taught by tenure or tenure-track faculty. With regard to our nursing program, which is a very important program for us and also we believe for the state of Texas, individualized attention in small classes have enabled SFA nursing students to report one of the highest pass rates and graduation rates in the state, 94.3% and 97% respectively. With regard to our campus master plan, I've given you some background as to why we believe in this plan and the reasons we structured the plan the way we did. And I'd like to talk to you about the phases within the plan. Marilyn, please. Phase 1. And what I will do, Mr. Chair and members, is highlight some of the major parts of the plan. One of the first initiatives in the first phase of the plan is our Conservation Education Center. We have on campus about 40 acres that is part of what we call our Native Plant Center. The Department of Agriculture, the Department of Forestry, and other campus units work within that Native Plant Center. It has a number of trails, and within that center, we hold outdoor classes for public school students. On an annual basis, we have about 12,000 students, public school students, who visit the campus and visit the Native Plant Center. Because of the importance of that, we have a group of outside donors who want to build a conservation education center. Right now, there is no facility to accommodate those students and those various needs that those types of visitors may have. So what we want to do is build a conservation education center to continue to promote the outdoor education, because the importance of that for us is numerous. But we have our academic departments which work with those students and work with the people who conduct the classes. And for that particular facility, we have outside donors who will support the entire construction of that facility. A second part of our Phase 1 in the master plan is a construction of a black box theater. As we've indicated there, the theater program has been without a dedicated performance space since 1984. From our previous discussions in the previous sections, you might recall that Fine Arts is projected to grow by 2020 by 39%. And so that's an important initiative to us in Phase 1. Also in Phase 1, we have campus improvements for student life, which will include enhancements for our intramural sports, and other campus improvements include the redevelopment of open space and sidewalks with the multi-directional parkways. Brandon, if we could go to Phase 3, please. Phase 2.
Let me ask a question before you move on, because it'll pertain to the other phases. As you go through these, could you describe the number of students that will be served and what the ballpark budget for the projects are?
We haven't. We can certainly address that. We have not begun the programming on the various buildings yet. Our Phase 1 can extend out into 13, 14, that area. So we've just put the plan together. But Dr. Berry might could address on the black box theater number of students that would serve.
Sure, I'll be glad to. The construction of the black box theater is something that, as Mr. Gallant indicated, is long overdue in the theater program itself. Currently, the theater program uses the Turner Auditorium, which is it's a multi-purpose auditorium, which is also used by our University Series Performing Arts Series, used by the dance programs, used by the the School of Music. The Black Box Theater will serve a theater program which has about 175 majors, but by constructing it, it will free up the Turner Auditorium for the School of Music performances. We have about 420 music majors. The dance program has about 85 students or so. In addition, Turner Auditorium it serves as a community performing center. We invite members of the community into Turner Auditorium for various performances all year long. And theater is limited to 12 weeks in that facility per academic year. It's their primary performance venue, and yet they only get to use it 12 weeks out of a 30-week academic year. So it's essential for continued growth and development in the theater program. Renovation of the Miller Science Building, do you want me to comment on that a bit?
Sure.
That would serve virtually the entire College of Sciences and Mathematics. The only programs which are currently not housed in there are the chemistry program and the nursing program. But that would include then biology, biotechnology, geology, and also the mathematics program is not housed in there. But we anticipate, as Mr. Gallant indicated a few minutes ago, significant growth in science and mathematics, mainly because of our real aggressive pressing in the STEM areas. And we've got to get some upgrades in the science laboratories. We've got to become more efficient with our use of that space, and that will require some renovation to accommodate the increase in enrollment we anticipate. And I don't have numbers at hand right now, but it's virtually 2/3 of that particular college. I would guess we're looking at probably 1,500 students that the Miller Science Building would serve. Now, the other thing about science disciplines, as you all know, is that they are an important part of the core curriculum. So even if we discounted growth in majors in the science and math, we also look at service courses that serve every discipline across campus. Because even I was a music major myself, even I had to take some science.
So did us business majors.
Okay, if we go to phase two, thank you, Marilyn. In phase two, I'll ask you to recall that we talked about the increase in the science area. Dr. Berry mentioned that as well. We project an increase of 49% and in student growth enrollment in the sciences. So in phase two, we have a proposed new science facility. The science building will, as you see, create new teaching, research, and faculty space for both current and projected academic needs. Also, in phase two, we have, in addition to our residence hall, it's expanded student housing for first-year students. We recently constructed a residence hall that is geared toward the freshman experience. And as I mentioned, with the Academic Assistance Resource Center, we have a strong linkage with academic affairs and student life in that particular center. And you'll notice again, we talked about the Native Plant Center. This is a visual of the Native Plant Center. It has a lot of trails throughout the facility, and I'm going to, as we conclude, I'm going to talk a little bit about lumberjack trails. So if we go to the last slide, Marilyn, in phase three, which is a very long-term phase, we have liberal arts renovations for projected academic growth needs. We have campus improvements that include some closures of streets, some redevelopment of greenways and green space, and then also in phase three, we have cafeteria renovations planned in that particular section. So Marilyn, if we could go back to slide 4. Mr. Chairman, members, I'd like to just invoke a metaphor here if I could. There are a lot of great scenic trails on the campus of Stephen F. Austin State University, physical trails, but we also believe in the intellectual, academic, and student life trails of success that we call lumberjack trails. We try to prepare a student, whichever trail the student chooses when they enter the SFA gateway. Our goal is to end up, as you see at the bottom, with that very enthusiastic, happy young lady who has just participated in graduation exercises. I believe that's the board's goal, and that's certainly our goal, to increase graduation, to make students successful, and we at Stephen F. Austin are committed to that. Marilyn, if you go to slide 5 then, the culmination of our efforts are designed to make successful students, successful graduates, and successful citizens of the state of Texas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to present to you.
Very good. Members, any questions?
You mentioned your growth has been about 2% a year over the last 5 years. What do you anticipate next 5 years?
We project 2% per year going forward. We, in fact, developed the campus master plan with that projection in mind. So that's our goal and that's our intention. We believe that's.
Let me follow up on that. We're seeing quite a bit growth around the state in a lot of state institutions. Why are you guys trailing so much?
I would say that in our particular situation, you have to come to Nacogdoches. You know, a lot of our sister institutions that we all work with are located closer to larger areas, metropolitan areas, and et cetera. We are deep in the heart of East Texas. You have to come there. Half of our student body comes from Houston and Dallas. Houston normally has a slight edge, 24-25%. Dallas will run 22-23% in that area. The East Texas area does not have a projected increase in population in that area. So we simply have to go out and bring people in. And so basically, you know, I hope it's more than 2%. But to be very, what we would consider realistic, we have used the number 2%.
Well, let me ask you another question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. The fact that you are one of the 4 independent institutions right now in the state, and I think you mentioned that, is that hurt you in terms of enrollment? Would being a part of a system would help?
We don't think so. We think we are well satisfied being an independent university where we are.
Let me rephrase it. In terms of purely growth, would that help you, being a part of the system?
I don't know how it would.
You don't? Okay.
I don't know how it would.
If you look at the other institution that has become part of the system over the last 5 or 10 years, that basically had the same challenges that you're facing and other independent institutions, looks like if you look at those numbers over the last 5 or 10 years, they seem to have gained some enrollment.
Well, I couldn't respond to that. I just know in our situation, our position has been, we've been satisfied where we are. And we've had a lot of discussion on this and a lot of consideration on this. And the last 2 legislative sessions, we've had discussion on this, and we've testified the last 2 sessions on it. So that's basically what I would offer today.
That's good enough for now.
Other questions? Doctor?
Yeah, with your residence halls and your projected growth there, do you have a master plan for where these are going to be plotted out? And are you using the same design so you have some element of efficiencies, not having to hire an architect every 2 or 3 years to build another one?
The most recent hall that we just opened this fall, the next phase plan for a residential hall addition will be connected to that hall, and the plan will basically be the same plan. There'll be a little bit of change, but if the question is, will we be designing a completely new hall for our next residence hall, the answer would be no. It would be taking and extending the most recently developed hall because it will be continuing to add to our first year housing, which is a particular design different from our upper class housing. We require students to reside on campus for their first 60 hours. So we design our newest housing particularly for our first year students because our numbers are larger there. The design's a little bit different than that for our upperclassmen, which are more apartment style. These are more the double-loaded corridors probably that we all lived in when we went to school. So the design of our Phase 2 plan that was mentioned in Mr. Gallant's presentation would just be a continuation of the same structure and design of the hall we just opened. So even though there may be some architectural help in making those connections, it won't be a completely different plan.
How many beds will you be adding?
About 420 would be the projection. Over the past, since 2005, we've added a net. We've taken down some old halls, 6 old halls, built 3 new halls. We've had a net gain of 663 beds during that time. We're still over 100% occupied. So within the next 3 to 4 years, our plan would be our 2% growth would take us to needing additional capacity. So 420 beds would be our plan in the next phase.
Yes, sir. You indicated that you have enormous growth in the STEM area, science, technology, math area. What do you do? What aggressive approach have you taken so that you have seen so much increase so that other people can do the same thing?
Most of the growth that we've experienced and that we anticipate will come in the next few years has to do with preparation of public school teachers in these areas. We have an aggressive campaign by our currently interim dean of science and mathematics, who's been a real leader in obtaining grant dollars to build programs for training math and science teachers for the public schools. We're now ending up, you might have to help me, Danny, but it's something in the neighborhood of $4 to $6 million National Science Foundation grants that have gone into this over the past 5 years. And that's really where the bulk of the growth in those areas comes, in math and science education. Now, that's not all of it, but that's the biggest part of it.
That's very impressive, very impressive.
I think you touched on a great point about the increasing grant funding. We know that grant funding is becoming harder and harder with the state of the economy being the way that it is to come across. Has there been discussion about doing public-private partnerships on your institution to kind of offset the maybe decreasing costs of grant funding available?
In the academic areas, we look at that quite a bit, and we do have some examples, frankly, fairly small scale in terms of contracts that would amount to public-private partnerships. That's not where our thrust is in the academic areas at this point. We have had for a good while a partnership with the UT Health Science Center in Tyler, where we've done some cooperative degree programs that we anticipate. In fact, we're in discussions right at this time to increase some of our grant possibilities in collaboration with the UT Health Science Center in Tyler. In terms of any other public-private partnerships that have to do with administrative sorts of things, I'd have to turn to my colleagues for that. But in the academic areas, we don't anticipate a lot of growth in that particular area.
Doctor?
You mentioned the success of your ARC, and I would imagine it probably has very little to do with the physical structure and probably more the programs and the culture. Are there things that you can help us with other sister institutions that they can have benchmarking or lessons learned from what you're doing there so that we can get more degree completion on time?
Well, actually, the commissioner has touted this program since it won the Star Award about 4 or 5 years ago. He doesn't miss an opportunity to talk about the success of the program. We have done for the past 13 years pretty detailed and extensive tracking of success records, and we got a lot of numbers on that. And on a regular basis, the staff of the coordinating board asks us to participate in in submitting best practices for programs such as this. So I think there's ample evidence that can be shared with sister institutions, and probably has been shared over the especially since the Star Award that we received a few years ago. But it's freely available to anybody who wants to share it. I'd like to say it really takes a lot of genius to do this, and we do have some geniuses working in it, but I think it's something that can be replicated all over the state, and it's something we're very proud of. We continue to put resources into it. I might add one thing, since you asked the question this way. While the programs, you're very correct, the programs are not dependent on the space in which they reside, but we made one big move this year that we think is a very important move, and that is that we expanded some of the services of the ARC out of its home base in the Steen Library to be housed in the new first-year residence hall that Dr. Westbrook referred to a few minutes ago. So we have a sort of a remote location of ARC services targeted specifically for first-year students right there in the first-year corridor. So I think in that sense, the physical housing of the program and the changes we've made in that over this year are going to show some additional impact with our first-year students.
I'd like to mention something on that, because I do think that has been an important component. The new hall that we opened last fall does have an academic support component as part of it, because it's dedicated to those first-year students. And as Dr. Patillo and Mr. Gallant both mentioned, it's very likely that half of those students living in that hall are first-generation students. And we know bringing those support services into close proximity we thought would be very important. And what we found is that through the fall, just that one physical center had about 9,500 visits in the fall. Now, there's only 400 students that live in that residence hall. It's open to all first-year students who live in what we call our first-year commons. It's within an area of about 4 residence halls. And about 1,852 of those were unique visitors. So we had about 1,852 out of 2,400 first-year students who actually accessed that very particular center, which was dedicated to first-year students. And what I think we found is that it was a little more comfortable for the first-year students to, even though they had access to our ARC, it's housed in our library, it still, we think, is going to show dividends for us in locating some of those services in an auxiliary location that is actually where they live. So it'll be interesting to see. This is our baseline year. But we're tracking all of those first-year students in cohorts by the halls they live in, and we'll be able to tell if it made any impact on the success of those students.
Just kind of along those lines with, you said for the first 60 hours they're required to live on campus. So after that, do you have students that are living on campus? I mean, what kind of percentage happens there? Because it's just kind of interesting. I always wonder when they go off campus, what kind of happens then? And we're making this good progress with the first 2 years. What happens after that? Do you have many that are still engaged in that regard?
I'll back it up to even the sophomore year. We're paying special attention to the sophomore year. You know, there's a lot of emphasis on a first-year experience, and a second-year experience is also important. It's known sort of nationally as the sophomore slump, that all of a sudden there's this intense level of support for freshman students. We call them first-year students because not all of our freshmen are first year. But the sophomore year is very important. I sort of liken it to during World War II when the Army provided cigarettes to the soldiers on the field and then wanted you to quit cold turkey at some point because it was no good for you. So sometimes we ask our sophomore students to sort of go cold turkey year 2. And so we're focusing now on developing sort of the next step of that first-year program. Now, your question was about upperclassmen. We have about 950 students that live on campus that we don't require to live on campus, but they do. It's close. Frankly, it's a good deal. It's close to everything. You don't have to worry about parking. It's close to the recreational facility. It's close to places you can eat. It's close to the library. It makes sense. So we have those that do live on campus. And we think it's important to integrate our sophomore students with those upperclassmen, that makes sense. But we also know it's very important, or we think it's showing dividends for us to segment our first-year students in a particular location on campus.
Thanks.
And we have about 5,000 students who live on campus, so it is a large residential campus.
And of course, those of us who moved off campus our junior years showed extreme maturity.
Yeah. On campus is always good.
And I would say we look at our success rate of our students that live on campus versus those that do not, and that's one of the reasons we maintain our requirement. Our students that live on campus, and it fluctuates from year to year, but generally succeed at either 8 percentage points up to 14 percentage points better than the students that don't live on campus.
That's significant.
So we know that it pays dividends. Now, it may simply be because there's some things we can't control for in that, such as just the motivation of the student. Very serious students sometimes want to live very close to work. And but we do know that it's not detrimental by any means to live on campus.
Well, I would, first of all, I believe Dr. Patillo, I mispronounced your name, but I am from El Paso, so hopefully you'll forgive me. But absolutely. I do have a couple of questions. According to the record, your 2001 space usage efficiency score was a rather low 101 out of 200. And a particular concern is a classroom score of 41 out of 100. Are those correct numbers, Susan, to the best of your recollection? What actions is Stephen F. Austin taken by your administration to increase the efficient use of your existing space?
I can talk about three things. First is we are going to take a hard look at classes that are currently scheduled into non-classroom classified spaces and reschedule them into spaces that are 100 level classrooms. This will increase our utilization, and it's just more of a clerical thing than anything else. The second thing we're doing is we are giving very serious consideration to going to a centralized classroom scheduling mode, including creating a position that works in my division to centralize that whole process of classroom scheduling. Right now, we're very decentralized in this area of our operation, and we think we can gain some real efficiency by going to a centralized mode. The third thing is that as we increase enrollment over the years, even though the large growth will come in majors outside of the liberal arts, the kinds of disciplines in liberal arts use fairly standard classrooms. You need a room, you need some places for people to sit, you need some electronic equipment. You don't need a laboratory with beakers and Bunsen burners or whatever they use now in those science classes that I haven't taken.
That you had to take, yeah.
In a number of years. As we increase enrollments in the STEM disciplines, as we increase enrollments in fine arts, this of course increases enrollments in the core courses that occur in liberal arts. In addition, we will get some increases in liberal arts, and I think simply through growth in these areas, we're going to see increased classroom utilization because we will have more students who need to be scheduled into the same existing number of classrooms as time goes along.
So you're telling me that your projected growth is going to solve that problem?
Well, I think projected growth is a part of what will solve that problem. I think making sure that we're efficient with our categorization of the classroom spaces and scheduling into classrooms that are part of the reporting system, and then making sure that we, either through a dedicated position through my division or utilization of some centralization of scheduling. I think no one thing is going to solve it for us, but I think it's going to be a combination of at least those three things as we move forward.
have a question on similar lines. Are you planning to offer some online courses? What percentage of the courses at this time are online? And in 5 years, what percentage of the courses will be online? And that may reduce the space requirement too. That may you may have more surplus classrooms.
Well, let me back up. As we began our strategic plan in 2008, we made a goal of increasing our online enrollment by 500%. And we are not quite on track to reach that increase by next year, but we have made remarkable progress in increasing our online enrollment.
Did you say 500%?
Yes. Our strategy in pursuing large increases in online enrollment was not to supplant face-to-face enrollment. We want to draw students who wouldn't ordinarily come to campus. And so we have put our great emphasis into creating programs that will attract those kinds of students. And so while we anticipate significant growth, continued significant growth in online, I don't think it will cut into our face-to-face because we've approached that strategically and by design. Currently, I'm going to do this from memory, so if I'm very wrong, I'll send you a correction after I get back home. But I believe that something slightly over 10% of our credit hours generated last fall were online. We have something like 1,000 students out of our roughly 13,000 that are online only. They do not enroll at SFA in any other, they don't enroll in a face-to-face course. We have some fairly active programs that are online only, particularly in elementary education. We have significant enrollment there. We have online, at the time it was developed, it was one of 4 online programs, a Master of Music Education that's completely online, one of only 4 in the nation. Now I think some others have joined it. But we have a number of fairly unique programs, a Master of Science in Resource Interpretation in the Forestry College that serves a nationwide audience, particularly park rangers and things like that. So our strategy for online was to not cannibalize our face-to-face program. So we look for substantial growth. I don't think it will create the kind of problem that you mentioned.
In next 5 years, you think you'll go to 20% online courses, or 30%, or 15%?
I will quote our Director of Enrollment Management, who says we look for sustained, moderate growth. I would guess that over the next 5 years we might see 15% of our enrollment online only. This is something that stays in discussion all the time, but our niche is as a fairly traditional residential traditional college experience. We're tucked away in the piney woods of East Texas. We offer a comprehensive program for a residential student or someone who lives close to campus. And I think that's who we are and who we'll continue to be, and we do it really well, and we're finding ways to do it even better. But we know that one of our responsibilities is to offer programs for people who can't come to our campus in those areas that we're equipped to offer them with the high degree of excellence. And that's been our strategy as we look at online programs. What can we do really well that's appropriately done online that can enhance who we are at our core rather than steal from who we are at our core? So I think we'll have continued growth in online. We count on it. We plan for it. We're putting resources into it. And so, yes, I think in 5 years, maybe 15% of our enrollment.
Doctor, you mentioned in your opening remarks that you were fortunate enough to have TRBs in the 79th session and again the 80th session. Considering what some might say a lack of appetite for future TRBs at the level we've seen in the past, how are you going to address your capital expenditures and growth of obviously a wonderful university?
I think, Mr. Chairman, it'd be a combination of things. I mentioned the repurposing of our existing facilities. I think we will have to be, as we're trying to be very diligent about our current space. And an example we can offer you is with our renovation of our chemistry building. We had proposed a TRB for a molecular science building for a number of years, did not receive it, and we simply had to do something. We took some deferred maintenance money and renovated the existing chemistry building, which I believe was built in 1938, I think our third building on campus. So that would be our first strategy to address our needs in that way, and to continue to make proposals that we think are important to us and both our future students.
What about use of P3s? Is that something that Stephen F. Austin is evaluating in light of the master plan project?
I'm sorry.
Public-private partnerships, P3s?
We take a look at that, but I'll go back to our residence hall. For us, at that time, and for our planned residence hall, because of our programming focus and because of our culture, we think at this point it's not the strategy for us, but certainly we're open to opportunities in the future. But we feel like the programming that we've established, the linkages between academic affairs and student life are critical, and we want to maintain and track that success.
One follow-up question, but first let me say that we really appreciate y'all coming here and sharing your plans. One of the things that I miss because of the time and cost, we no longer travel to the campuses and see your fine campuses, so we very much appreciate your bringing your campus to us.
I kind of want to go see those trails, though.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
please.
We'd love for you to
come
see us. I was going to add, I've never met an unhappy lumberjack alum. They've always are very glad that they chose Stephen F. Austin. I think that speaks well.
Chairman Hahn, you'll be a changed man if you take a walk behind the pine curtain.
Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, you're also looking at 4 lumberjack alums sitting before you.
Well, and obviously happy ones too, just so my theory still holds. But the one thing I heard that I thought was a positive, and some of the questions on space utilization, that's kind of our theme today. So it's not, we're not picking on any one institution. We're really looking at that as we're going to have a presentation shortly, and encourage you to stay and hear it. But one of the things I heard that was a strong positive was the growth in your 6-year graduation rate from, I think, 37% to a little north of 44%, growing at a faster pace than enrollment, which is a great achievement. Talk a little bit about that success and what's your goal. Perhaps you have a 2020 goal for graduation rate or some interim goal.
I can tell you how I think we got there and what we intend to do to continue the process. As I mentioned, I come out of the fine arts. As you know, one of the measures we look at pretty closely on a regular basis is the retention of first-time, full-time freshmen for 1 year. And traditionally, historically, I was Dean of Fine Arts for 8 years. I would track this, and we were always in fine arts about 10 to 15 percentage points higher in retention of first-time, full-time freshmen for a year. And I always kind of assumed it was the brilliant leadership of the college, but I got to looking and I noticed that my predecessor had about the same number, and my successor in the last 4 or 5 years has got about the same number. What I know is the fact is that fine arts, by its nature, by just the nature of the disciplines there, it builds community immediately. And we know, beyond that anecdotal bit right there, we know that the way you retain freshman students, or any students, is to make them part of a community. And this is something, of course, that Dr. Westbrook's area works on all the time. It's an area that we are increasing our attention to in the academic affairs, and better than that, we're increasing our collaboration in student university affairs and academic affairs to find ways to continue to build community, particularly to build community around academic disciplines. With input from student affairs, from academic affairs, and so that's one of the ways that we intend to increase this not only retention from first year to second year, but to improve the graduation rate. The second thing we began consciously to do about 5-6 years ago, was to add academic advisors. We followed a sort of the old traditional and somewhat outmoded approach of having faculty do all of our advising. And faculty members are really good at the things that we hire them to do primarily, which is to teach and to do their creative work and their scholarship and their research and to serve on committees and do their service work. And some of them are also very, very good advisors. And then some of them are not such good advisors. And we have learned, as many colleges and universities across the country have learned, is that dedicated advisors really make a difference. And so I think that's also a part of the equation that got us where the kind of improvement that you're looking at today. We intend to continue that process of adding academic advisors. At this point, they're still centralized in each college. And I think for our culture that works pretty well. It seems to be working well for us so far, but it's our intent to continue as opportunities arise to add academic advisors in each of the colleges that have advising centers. So those are two of the things that I think have contributed to our progress to this point, and that we intentionally and strategically want to continue to do.
Do you have you all set a goal, Dr. Patillo, for where you want that graduation rate to be?
Not a specific goal.
Here?
We did set a goal for first-time, full-time retention in our strategic plan. We hope next year to be at 70%. Still too low, but an improvement for us, and I think we have a shot at doing that. Considering the fact that 50+% of our students are first-time college goers in their families, that it might be an appropriate goal, but we're not going to be satisfied with it. When I say it's too low, that's the sense in which I mean that.
Very good. If there are no further comments or questions, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for your presentation and for being with us today. And I look forward to coming over there and doing that. What is it? Pine?
Behind the Pine?
Behind the Pine? Okay. Look forward to that.
Let me know. I'll be happy to come along with you.
Excellent.
You've got a beautiful
We'd love to have
campus, very beautiful campus, and your campus is one of the gems of higher education in Texas.
Thank you.
But you need to work on that accent for East Texas over there.
I think we should. I'm a singer.
Thank you again, gentlemen. Moving on to agenda item 4E is a panel discussion on best practices for space usage efficiency. The panel consists of representatives from institutions who have a high SUE score or that have shown significant gains over the last 3 years. Panel members are Dr. Andrew Blanchard, Vice Provost of the University of Texas at Dallas, Ms. Nancy Nussbaum, Associate Vice President for Finance and Support Services at Texas State University, and Mr. Donald B. Swinson, Academic Scheduling Coordinator, Office of the Registrar at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Tom Keaton, Director of Finance and Resource Planning, will provide a brief overview of the SUE metric and answer questions prior to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Paredes. Historically and nationally, classroom and class laboratory utilization is used as a bellwether to determine overall usage efficiency on a campus. essentially, you hear when people walk through a campus, I walk through and all the classrooms are empty. The natural assumption that gets carried is that the rest of the campus is just as empty. And it holds true, and it does have a lot of consensual validity across the nation. Historically, we had used that in the state of Texas. But we looked at it in terms of making it a standard and going a little deeper, and we realized that just didn't tell the entire story. Limited rooms on the campus were considered in classroom and class laboratory utilization. 10% of all the space on the campus was all that was being considered. Further, how many of the seats were filled were not considered. So if one person was sitting in a lecture hall taking a course, a 300-person lecture hall, that room was considered utilized. And that certainly didn't tell the tale. Further, there are a lot of activities that go on a campus that are academic in nature, that are classes, but they just don't need to be in a traditional classroom. One of the best examples is a lot of the upper-level courses that may have 4 or 5 students in them. We don't have 4 or 5 student classrooms. We have 20-person pretty much at the minimum. So it's better and it's more efficient to heat, cool, maintain, and to put them in a room, perhaps a meeting room, or even in some cases even a faculty member's office to teach the course. But that was lost in the metric because it didn't occur in those types of spaces. Well, in 2008, a group got together and said, we wanted to come up with a better way of doing this. The Space Usage Efficiency Measure, or SU, was the result. One of the key points about this change is it didn't require any data changes to what the institution is reporting. So there was no transaction costs. We used existing data sources. Essentially what we do is we take multiple metrics, use an index scale, weight that, and come up with a combined score of a maximum of 100 for each of the 3 measures that I'm about to describe. First is utilization, which is essentially the number of hours per week on the average a classroom is used on the campus. It's not in terms of percent, and that's commonly misunderstood, is that when they see 38, they think it's 38%, and that's 38 hours per week. The standards for utilization are 38 hours per week for classrooms and 25 hours per week for class laboratories. The difference in that being there takes time for setup and breakdown between lab iterations, where a classroom is more generalized, and you can, in the normal passing period, you can refill the classroom. The second is a demand measure. This was a new measure. To take into consideration all of the activities that go on a campus, and to capture those activities that legitimately don't go in classrooms, that are taught in a better place for that, the best outcome for the students, we were losing them in the previous measure. So in this, we take every academic activity as reported, and we compare that to the number of classrooms to get a fit to see how big the scale is if you had to put all those in a classroom, which at times all academic activities have to use some space, even if they're taught in a botanical garden. So that's the demand measure, the standard for that being 45 hours per week, of course higher than utilization for classrooms, and 35 hours per week for laboratories. And the last was address the issue of the one person in the lecture hall, the average percent fill across campus. We expect that on the average, institution will fill 65% of the seats in a classroom on the average, and 75% of the stations in class laboratories on the average, to ensure that institutions are right-sizing their assignment of classrooms. As you heard in the previous discussion, centralization has historically helped with that. It's kind of served as that arbiter, if you will, to make sure that things are going in the right place. These scores are combined, converted into a 100-point scale. 100 points for classroom, 100 points for class laboratory, 200 points overall. 75 is considered meeting the standard. That's the, well, I guess a long elevator ride, but that's the elevator speech in terms of SU, and subject to your questions.
Members? How did you get 75 then to become the standard?
The way we got to 75 is we looked where the existing data kind of sat and how the distribution, more or less on a curve, and it made sense to be at 75. That it pushed the institutions that weren't performing so well, yet still rewarded the others. And it was and also in terms of that, if you get the lowest score in any one of the measures of demand, utilization, or percent fill, you cannot meet the 75. Numerically, it's not possible. So if you score at the bottom of any one of those, you're not going to meet the standard.
So
we
can I
looked at
assume that of the three different types of classrooms, that they have a different distribution of those three measures or three scores?
The three different types of classrooms, one-term classrooms, each of those can have unique scores. You can have a very high percent fill, yet not use it very much, many hours per week, so utilization can be low. And that's where, when we looked at it numerically, if you have you might fill up all the classrooms, but if you have very poor average fill where you get a low score, you won't pass regardless how high.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is typically a classroom may have a different component that makes up their 75 of those three different measures than, say, a laboratory would. Is that not true?
There would be a different scale. The numbers are different because of the types of use. They're independent measures when we look at laboratories, when we look at classrooms. We combine them in the overall score, but that's already indexed and weighted.
The idea, believe it or not, was to make this more simple for the board to understand, and as well as more balanced. So hence the indexing to have the 100-point scale for each of the categories.
And then I understand that. I guess my question would be, and in reality, how do we use that? Obviously, we're using it in these metrics when we approve projects in utilization. Are we using it retrospectively to look at how the campuses are using that?
Well, Susan can jump in more detail, but it has become a standard rather than previously. Some of this was a guideline, and the board a few years ago said, "Well, why do we have guidelines, particularly if we don't pay close attention to them and adhere to them?" So we said, let's develop something that can be considered a standard like our other standards, like cost per square foot, for example.
It's really a waste of resources because, to me, sometimes they even get credit, and maybe you can clarify that for me. A campus, 10,000 students, have 1,000 students that are strictly online students. Do you factor that into your calculations?
The online course generally does not appear. We've not found any instances where an online course appears as existing in a classroom. Now, we do have some types of courses, and I certainly want to get out of bounds here and talk about the distance education arena too much, but there are courses that are perhaps broadcast. They may be VTC'd or what have you, where there are actually students sitting in the classroom, but there may be also students sitting, in some cases for accessibility reasons, that are sitting somewhere else. So
you do factor them into your calculation when you come up with the number?
If there are students sitting in the classroom.
That would affect the fill rate.
That would affect
what
the
you're
fill,
saying,
yes.
that third factor.
Well, we would not, yes, that would come in, yes.
Well, let me ask another question here. What is the state average of all these campuses? Have you figured out?
I have that. I don't have it before me. I would say we're right just under the standard, probably, statewide. I'd have to get those numbers for you. I don't have them at my fingertips.
So are they a little bit below 75? Is that what you're saying?
They would hover right around there. That would be my guess. But I would have to get back to you with that specific number.
And do you have a general sense of where do you have these deficiencies or where these problems exist? Is that larger institutions or small institutions or?
Well, I think that's why we have a great panel here to talk about some of those issues. These are generally the larger institutions. Smaller institutions, if there's an effect between institutional size as compared to the SUE score, we haven't done that specific iteration. We do see that smaller institutions generally are more prone to have a space surplus than a large institution. Some of that has to do with the drivers, the density of use. A lot of times the smaller institutions have a large density in the evening. So we have that daytime where there's some slack resources. But I think going on to what do we use this for, I think one of the important things in our most recent reports, we actually graphed out time of day and day of the week. And then put a max line in there. So we can actually look and see the area outside the curve. And are institutions pushing over? Are they actually overfilling at any given time? And so we can look at that, and it's a great planning tool to be able to see, do we really need more space, or where is the density of your use? Because quite often we hear the 10 to 2. Everybody wants to teach 10 to 2, 10 to 2, 10 to 2. And in some cases you can see that spike that exists. In others you see a smoothing of that curve and the area outside the curve starting to fill up. And I think if looking at especially these three institutions, you'd see that the area outside the curve is filling up. But it helps identify where the slack resources are, and then taking that the next step at the institutional level, being able to look at the room record and being able to see here's a slack resource that can either be more fully maximized or that can be repurposed, as Stephen F. Austin was speaking about, repurposing facilities to fit the need, both current and projected.
Thanks.
Tom, you've given us a pretty good background. We'd like to hear from our guest today. So I don't know which one of you wants to start first or whatever, but we kind of want your thoughts.
I'm Andy Blanchard. I'm from the University of Texas at Dallas. I serve as a vice provost in the office of the provost. So as I thought about how I would present some of this information, my years of experience says boil it down to three. That's mostly what I can remember, three things. And for me, the first thing that you have to do when you're on a campus is to try to figure out what the lay of the land is. And that is know your campus from the perspective of who you serve, how you serve those individuals, what the infrastructure looks like. And at that point, you know what the reference points are and what your conditions are. The second is then you can implement those things that you think would help improve the overall process. And finally, if you don't walk campus and find out if you've done anything, good or bad, then it does no good to have gone through that whole process. So if you indulge me, I'll talk about those three things for us. From my perspective, it's all about the student. That's who we serve. And the first connect point to the student is a curriculum. So how you present the material that a student is going to really need when they come out through the system. And that means you have to understand what courses you're teaching, when you're going to teach them, and who your students are. For the boil down, it's all about space and time. There's nothing. By the way, I'm an engineer, so now you got a reference point in terms of what's going on. And it means you have to understand what times you're going to teach as well as how much space you have and where you're going to allocate those resources. For example, at UT Dallas, we go from dark 30 to dark 30. Our classrooms get utilized from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. Given the fact that we grew 10% last year in September, we now offer Saturday morning classes. In terms of laboratories, we expect another 5 to 10% growth in the fall. I don't know how we control that, to be honest with you. But that means we will now offer classes on Saturday morning. We'll also offer sort of a concept of common exams on Friday night and Saturday night. And that puts us in a completely different environment, perhaps, than other institutions that want to manage their overall process. For us, it meant about, in terms of efficiencies, going to a global campus. As you well know, if you've got a department and you sit in a building, you tend to want to teach in that particular building. And if you got a campus that's 30 or 40 years old, that might be a little bit easier. For us, it means that the classrooms in the buildings don't match the requirements of the students that want to take the courses. So for us to be efficient, we've got to go to the entire campus and manage the entire spectrum of classrooms and times that we use those classrooms in order to be effective in terms of space utilization. It also means that you've got to have consistent classrooms. Because if I try to do that and I've got a set of classrooms that don't have the right media services or they don't have the right sort of interfaces, then that means it takes it out of the mix. I can't use them effectively. I now have some difficulty in being customized in terms of where I offer courses in the overall process. So those are the things that we went about. So the last 5 years, what we've done is bring 90% of all of our classroom space, it's about 100 classrooms, up to the level where a faculty member can walk into that classroom, hopefully hook into the computer, understand how to make things work effectively, and not be concerned about the space that they're located in. And that makes things a whole lot easier. Are we there yet? Probably not, but it means that we're in that process. If we wouldn't have done that, I couldn't have gone to a global allocation process. And by the way, I'm not talking about centralized. That's a misnomer, because centralized allocation is a function of an arbitrary assessment and evaluation and assignment of classes and courses that isn't connected to the primary givers, and that is the faculty that actually build curriculum and also supply that curriculum in terms of the overall productivity. So now it's all about...
Excuse me, just before you go on, I have to make sure I understand what you're saying. Okay. If there's a need but no space for an English class, but there's room in a science building, then the English class is held in the science building?
Even worse, it's held in engineering.
Oh, God.
but yeah, exactly what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. We
right.
went back and looked at our entire resource base, what the sort of level of the size of classes were, when they were going to be available, and assigned classes based upon that particular infrastructure, as opposed to you teach engineering in the engineering building or science in the science building, right? So if you get to that point, then it's all about process. It's not about making things work. It's just figuring out how to make those processes work. Faculty are a critical part of this overall issue. You can't decouple yourself from the faculty that service the courses, and that means they got to be a part of the allocation process as well. So although we use 80% of the university in terms of allocation of space, and we assign it 80%, and 20% get assigned within the schools and the disciplines, the faculty are now requesting from the scheduling office, I need to have this class, I need to have it probably at this time, and I need to have this size. We do fall scheduling now. So that means I have less than comfortable idea of how big my classes are going to be. So that's another issue that individuals have to work on in terms of being able to do a correct job. If you allocate 100% of the space, you have no flexibility, things will change in the fall, and you don't have any place to go. So we take the 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock class space, typically is underutilized. I'm not going to defend it, explain it, or anything. I get up at 6 in the morning, I'm at school by 7, but other people have different views of how they service the community. Remember, we teach until 10 o'clock at night as well. So from that particular perspective, we use that space as flex space, and we push rooms that need more seats, classes that need a different time, additional sections that need to service a community that all of a sudden had a 30% increase in their graduate students and need additional space. With that, our space utilization score, our percent fill score went up 10 percentage points, because we refused to schedule a class at all cost, some variance, less than 65% fill. So predict what you're going to have. We looked at the past semester, saw that your prediction was reasonable, assigned a classroom, and then went forward. Faculty were involved in that. Our scheduling team was involved in it. So was the provost's office. So that's how we went about doing the process. We use Ad Astra as a scheduling software for two things. One, conflict, make sure that no classes are sitting on top of each other. And by the way, make sure that a schedule for a student is such that they are not taking chemistry, first literature, and the first physics class all at the same time on the same day. And by the way, that's a really difficult thing to do, because you got 2,000 freshmen that hit your door. They all take the same sorts of courses, and we got to distribute that process. Here's what our key practices ended up being. We use the facilities for an external community. They come in, they have presentations. Our companies are close to us. We're in Richardson. That's the way we typically operate. So we get additional utilization out of space as well. We utilize a combination of centralized and where it's normal and distributed scheduling to be effective in the overall process. We choose the most appropriate location for classes, independent of which building they're in. We look across the week, and now the week includes Saturday, and try to make sure that we're filling all days and all hours at the same level. And you do that to a certain efficiency, and sometimes you can't, but we try to optimize that piece. We stabilize the curriculum. What we're trying to do is make sure when we look at fall 2012, when 2013 comes along, 70% of all the classes know which room they're going to be in, know which size they're going to have to use, know which time they're going to be taught. And that makes life a whole lot easier because we don't reschedule from ground zero. We reschedule the last 40%, which is usually driven by changes in the enrollment or changes in the curriculum. We look at statistics even before the coordinating board gets it. Ad Astra gives us day by day, hour by hour, room by room, and we look at all the statistics across the 100 classrooms across campus. We realize that we have to incorporate change in this overall process. We're not stable. We don't know what our growth is going to be to the detail. We don't know what the new programs are going to look like in terms of their enrollment until they actually enroll, so we have to be somewhat flexible in that process. And we measure. So I walk campus once every semester and look at every classroom on campus to make sure that it looks the way it's supposed to, that I'm not missing blackboards, that I'm not missing chairs, and that I have a functional media system. You might think the provost's office ought not be doing that, but it's our easy way of actually putting your finger on the detail of what's going to be there. We don't micromanage that piece. Media Services takes care of it. We measure percent room fill. We measure percent utilization. We have to accommodate new programs. We put that in the mix. We engineer flexibility in our program so that when things change according to something that we don't understand, we can accommodate it, and we have to do that for servicing our students. We look at detailed histograms of the utilization to make sure that we're not imbalanced in terms of certain classrooms as well as certain times of the day. And we always do that as a function of the priorities of the program, making sure that the students get access to the courses they need in a reasonable sense at the time that they need to have the courses. Other than that, it's perfectly easy.
Thank you. Who's next?
I guess I am. Good morning. My name is Nancy Nussbaum. I'm the Associate Vice President for Finance and Support Services at Texas State. We have an enrollment of over 34,000 in fall of 2011, and we have 198 classrooms with 181 in San Marcos and 17 in Round Rock, and we have 72 class labs in San Marcos and none in Round Rock. My duties are varied. I work on the campus master plan. I have space management, facilities inventory, just different kinds of things, and we'll be adding parking and bus to my workload in the fall as well. Chris Reynolds is my coordinator of facilities inventory, and he is in the room here. He does all of the data analysis and prepares all the reports for us. I was asked to kind of go through the process that we follow to calculate the various scores in the SUE and talk about some benchmarking. After every 12th class day in the fall semester, we request the 005, which is the building and room inventory, room report from the registrar's office, and we look at all of the rooms that are listed in that report to try and identify where there might be some possible space use changes. Our departments on campus are asked to keep the facilities inventory up to date as much as possible, but sometimes administrative assistants and others don't have the time to do that, so we make sure and double check. After the 12th class day. We look specifically at classrooms, class labs, special class labs, and meeting rooms. And we look at the hours of the scheduled instruction for the current year, but we also keep historical data so that we can go back and do comparisons to the various rooms that we might think need to be recoded. And we also work with the department chairs very closely before we make any decisions on if a room needs to be changed from a class lab to a classroom, from a meeting room to a classroom, or whatever the change might entail. We've been doing this since 1999. We've developed a very close relationship with the registrar's office, and because they handle Ad Astra as well for scheduling, but we're decentralized on scheduling. The academic departments handle their own scheduling. So we call the rooms first call classrooms and first call class labs, and they don't want to lose the ability to have those rooms accessible to them. So they are very much on top of scheduling. We also meet annually with the provost and the deans and talk about utilization and the importance of that for our campus. We look at not just the overall numbers for the institution, but we drill down to room by building, by college, by department, by time of day. And we prepare a report annually that's posted out on the internet. This is an instructional space usage efficiency report, and it gives you an analysis of the data in various ways. This is probably one of the more interesting tables that we have. If you see all of the areas that are in white, that means our classrooms are used. More than 80% of our classrooms are in use, and in many of these cases it's 90% and above, as high as 93% or 95%. So the yellow, the green would be the next category, the yellow would be the next, the orange and the red. And so you can see that on Friday afternoons, our classrooms probably aren't as much in use as we'd like to see them, but I think that's going to be changing soon. We share this report with the cabinet, our deans, our chairs, facilities committee, registrar, and other people. And we also have a course scheduling policy that the departments need to follow. And so one of the guidelines, for example, is no one-day-a-week morning classes are allowed before 12:30, but they can have one-day-a-week classes after 12:30. And we also require that all of our 8, 9, 10, and 11 a.m. classes must be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and that way we ensure that our classrooms are in use on Friday. So there's some other guidelines here as well. When new buildings are designed, because I'm involved with campus master planning, I'm also involved at the programming and design stage, and so I review all of the classrooms and class labs that a department may ask for as they're designing their new building, and I compare it to what they currently have and challenge them when they're asking for 8 and they really only have 4 that they're using efficiently. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but we also look at the seating capacity, and if we know that they aren't filling the seats as much as they want, then they shouldn't be asking for 100-seat classrooms when they're only putting in 50 students at a time. When they're relocated into their new building, we also then analyze the classrooms that they're vacating. And in some cases, we have taken a classroom completely out of service and divided it up into 8 faculty offices because we have a shortage of faculty offices on our campus. We also have a shortage of research space on our campus, so we're sometimes changing classrooms into research space as well. Chris also goes out annually, as my colleague here does, to count seats to make sure that we are reporting accurately the information that we have. And it was interesting to note, you kind of cringed at one of the comments that was made, but I am now working with the School of Music to try and find classrooms that are open so that they can continue scheduling because they're growing in that school. And we're talking to criminal justice and journalism. And of course, everybody in those departments would prefer not to have musical instruments going during classes, so we're trying to find theory classes and that sort of thing to move to these other buildings, so it's a little bit of a challenge. I also work with the chairs, such as the sociology department, to make sure that if she can't fill up her classroom, then we identify other departments on campus who can fill up those rooms. And so we have not only first call but second and third call in some cases. After a schedule is created and they've gone through a review a couple of times, then all of the classrooms are opened up to the registrar, and the registrar then starts filling them with classes that haven't been scheduled yet. So those are some of the things that we do at Texas State that have helped us to maximize the space that we have on our campus.
Ms. Nussbaum, what is your institution's SU score?
It's 200.
And
200. You're at the moment.
Okay.
You went right to the top. Got 3 great examples.
I'm Don Swenson. I do the academic scheduling at UTSA. I am the guy who actually does the scheduling at our university. I have been doing that for the past 13 years. In 1999, when I arrived at UTSA, I helped transition our university from doing a paper schedule to an automated schedule. We currently use CollegeNet as our scheduling system. And from that time up through, I've seen our university grow from enrolling 18,500 to fast approaching 3,200. That's a 56% increase in enrollment. Our classroom enrollment, or classroom availability, has only grown about 8%. Our classrooms total right now, we have about 158 classrooms, and we have 78 labs on 2 campuses. And I have never had enough classroom space to schedule. The reality is, when I push the button, the results are I have 300 classes I can't schedule. And what that means is we have to enforce best practices, and they are standing meeting times. On a Friday in 1999, you can walk at our campus and it was Shangri-La. There was nothing going on. To this day, there is activity up to 3 or 4 in the afternoon on Friday. We enforce standing meeting times on Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 o'clock all the way to 3 o'clock. In other words, each 50-minute intervals. And I can't tell you the discussion I've had with faculty advising me that students won't come on Friday. But the reality is, if we schedule it, they will. Right now, with the new meeting patterns that we created at 12, 1, 2, and 3, those classes are full at 80-90% total, except for 3 o'clock, there's drop around 70%. But the reality is, I live in an area where there's always been a high demand, especially on our main campus. Downtown campus still has some capacity to entertain more classes to be scheduled, but the main campus is totally saturated. The way I look at standing meeting times, we have 21 Bible meeting times. There's 12 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and 9 on Tuesday and Thursday. You can throw out the 8:30 time, even though that's a viable time. That only leaves us with 19 viable meeting times here on main campus, and we average 16 classes, 3 credit-hour classes in each room. That's how tight and that's how critical the space shortage is at UTSA. So it's very easy for us to reach a high score on the SU. It's just a fact of life. Some of our best practices, we have a schedule committee that meets every month with the department chair representative. We have 4 department chairs that will be active and understand what we're doing in scheduling and the dynamics. We do restart from scratch every semester term, so everyone understands that they don't have the same place, same space, same time. It's just to keep it competitive that way. Don't want to get locked in to an individual expecting a certain space at a certain time. All spaces are eligible for all types of classes. Granted, priority of business classes are assigned to business building first, engineering and science building, et cetera, et cetera. But after that, if the space is available, a class will go in there. The other thing we do to monitor enrollment is that we don't release the classroom assignments to students till 3 weeks before class starts. And that allows me time to monitor enrollment of a class as it feels, and I can assign and rearrange class schedule room assignments based on the how the enrollment is going on for that class. The other things that we do is if a class is closed, it's not taking enrollment, has no one assigned as instructor, but they're holding a space, 6 weeks before the semester starts, we question the department saying, what's the status of this class? I got a waiting list here. this class has got a faculty member to teach, we will, if they don't have a justification or a good justification to keep the class where it's at, we will swap the classes we're ready to take enrollment. But UTSA, our space shortfall has always been high, and it's always in demand, and it's a very interesting environment to deal with academic scheduling. So that's basically it.
I'd sure hate to piddle with you as a professor trying to schedule something, but obviously very effective. Members, any questions?
Yeah, I'm reading the Texas State report, and it's fascinating. And of note is probably should be mentioned that UT Pan American was the 4th school that achieved a perfect 200.
Yes, sir.
This
and
past year.
They invited me down to visit with them several years ago, and so Chris and I went down to make a presentation to the deans and chairs, and I'm going to take a little bit of credit for that score.
Okay, so that is a segues directly into what are we doing to deliver the benchmarks of what you guys are doing? You have broken the mold. You've proven to everybody else that says we can't get our scores up. We can't do that. Our campus is different. Our campus is unique. How are we helping you to breed this culture on other campuses? Because this is an important metric to the coordinating board.
I'm the co-founder for the Association of Texas College and University Facilities Professionals, and we have a conference every 2 years that we work with the coordinating board staff on, and we have coordinating board presentations as well as I've made presentations on utilization before. That's one of the methods that we've employed to, make other institutions aware of it. I'm not sure if you've done anything.
So is the horse drinking? You've taken it to the water. That's my question is are these other institutions taking note and then, pivoting and changing direction to be able to begin compliance with SU scores?
I think we're seeing that. The metric is 3 years old. This last fall is only the 3rd year, so that's only our 3rd data point to be able to understand trends. But I think a vignette, I was doing a facilities audit at the University of Houston, and we were walking through verifying spaces, and a faculty member saw their representative who was escorting us and said, "I'm sorry, I need a second. I need to talk to you about something. I want to move this class over here. What's that going to do to our SU score?" I think an additional thing we do is called the Resource Management Update, and we do that every summer. We telecast it, and that's been another source, along with TCUF, which is a great organization. But I think we are getting there. A lot of times I think we, even sitting here listening to the 3 institutions, 3 different ways to get to the same end, but the common thread is it required a collective effort, at least an acceptance of the policies, and the policies were enforced to a more decentralized or more empowered, I guess would be another way to say it. But in all 3, it required the culture to be one where efficiency was valued.
And let me ask just one follow-up question on that. I didn't hear any of the 3 of you talk about the students being involved in this decision-making, the shared decision-making process. Are your students involved in that? Is it largely faculty and the administration dealing with these issues?
They're not quiet, let's put it that way. So the involvement is usually input that a classroom's not working, don't have the right resources, you need to put this someplace else, which is well received and in many cases has significant impact. I'm dealing with one right now. The whiteboards won't clean. We don't like it, so go fix it. And in fact, we'll do that through facilities. I think they are from the pressure point. A lot more of them on campus. They demand, and quite frankly, our Student Government Association is very vocal about it in the right way. They give us good feedback. They let us know when it's working correctly. They let us know when it's not working correctly. We ask them when we go through the overall analysis of trying to understand the budget for the institution. When can we offer classes? How do you want to take your classes? In engineering, for example, we've got a set of classrooms that we offer our English courses in that are large classroom. We're supposed to be focused in engineering on PowerPoint presentations. The students have come back to the faculty and say, you know what, we don't like that. We want you at the blackboard. Blackboard has, I just dated myself there. We want you at the whiteboard. We want you to go through the process yourself. And what that does is it reorients where that engineering faculty does teach the class from their perspective. They actually have changed the way they do things. I think one of the things that is common across all three of us is a standardized start-in time based upon MWF or Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday made an immense difference in efficiency for us, because if you have a non-standard start time and it's 50% of your rooms, what happens is it takes the class before it and the class after it out of the circulation, and that's not very good efficiency. So just going to that one made our efficiencies very significant, I think.
Other questions? If not, we certainly appreciate your presentation. We would hope that some of the other institutions that maybe aren't close to 200 would take some of your thoughts and ideas and implement them at their institutions and make better use of the resources that we have. Thank you again very much. I think we're going to take a break for lunch right now. What are we, 30 minutes?
Yes.
30 minutes, so we'll reconvene at approximately 10 minutes of 1. I do want to announce to the audience that we do have a new break room that has salads, sandwiches, etc. We'd like to give them to you, but they are for purchase. The room is located to the right of the double glass doors as you're leaving, and you can use a debit or a credit card. Funding formulas for use by the governor and the Legislative Budget Board in making appropriations recommendations to the appropriate legislative committees. The formula advisory committee members will present their recommendations to the committee. We have with us, I think, today Pam Anglin, president of Paris Community College, chaired the Community College Formula Committee. B.J. Kane, Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer for Texas A&M University, chaired the General Academic Formula Committee. John Opperman, Vice Chancellor for Policy and Planning with the Texas Tech University System, chaired the Outcomes-Based Funding Work Group. And Kevin Dillon, Executive Vice President and Chief Operations Officer for UT Health Science Center, Houston, was the chair of the HRI Formula Committee. He's not able to be here today, but he will be at the board meeting. Susan Brown, there she is. Susan Brown will present the commissioner's recommendations. Susan, as soon as you get settled there, it's all yours.
I'm going to start by going over real quickly kind of the background information, and we went through it very quickly last time. These are recommendations to the legislature. They also come from the trustees and the regents. They will be getting their LARs in. All of those go into the recommendations that are considered by the legislature. The legislature makes the determination for the amount of money that goes to the institutions. Excuse me. Next slide. The timeline, these committees actually started their work back last summer in August of last year and worked through the fall, met with the commissioner in February, March timeframe, and then we're bringing it to the April board meeting for consideration. The information will go to the Legislative Budget Board in the governor's office June 1. Deliberations continue through the fall and then into the session starting in January 13th. Big thing to note is that really the final decision will not get made for about a year from now. So that's a very important thing. A lot can change in a year's time frame. So that's really what I wanted you to get out of this whole timeline process, is that we're going over a year out before any final decision is made. Next slide. Another thing, and you will hear me say this until you're really tired of hearing it, is that all the formulas are an allocation. They are not a budgeting tool. They are an allocation. It is to equitably allocate the amount of money that the legislature appropriates. Currently, one of the major drivers for all three sectors is enrollment. And it's also important, and I'll have more slides on this later, that talks about all the appropriations that are made are not through the formula. It's only a portion of what is actually appropriated to each of the sectors. Some of the differences are how the formulas, even though they're all enrollment-based, community colleges use contact hours, general academics use semester credit hours, health-related institutions use FTSE, full-time student equivalent. So those are important things. Also, what are they intended to cover? And I have this, community college, the formula is 100% general revenue. For the universities and for the health-relateds, we do what is called an all-funds formula, which includes some of their includes their statutory tuition and fees. Statutory tuition is part of that formula amount. Then what the institutions for the community colleges, and we've talked a little bit about this, you've noticed before that we don't have facilities projects from the community colleges. That is because there's no state funding that go to the community college facilities. So that's one of the big things, maintenance and operations. This is an outline. This is what I talked to you a little bit about. If you'll notice the green area on this pie chart, that is the part that is appropriated. And you'll look, there's only one part of that green is the formula amount. They have a little bitty slice of special items, then there's some benefits, and then there's some other general revenue. Those are some state contracts and grants and that sort of thing. So this slide is meant to just put it into context, the amount of their funding. It's proportional to the amount of funding that they get from each of these different things. Go back a second.
Sure, go ahead and interrupt her.
I'm sorry, did I miss something?
No.
Federal dollars.
Yes.
How do we fund them?
No.
Does that come through us?
No. It goes directly from the federal government to the institutions. They get, Dr. Anglin can probably speak to this more since she's a community college president, but they come from all sorts of sources.
Excuse me, turn your microphone on, please.
Okay. In our case, federal money comes in the form of our Pell grants, and then we do have some federal grants and contracts. At my institution, we have 3 of the TRIO programs and get about $3 million a year there.
So there's no set formula that you can count on year in and year out?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Susan, what percentage of the overall budget of community colleges comes from the state?
Okay, this varies greatly by community colleges. I think the highest is 47%, and it goes down to in the low 20s. So it varies by the institution, but
The average statewide is in the mid-20s, isn't it?
I think it's about 26, 27, something like that. These formulas are intended to cover instructions, basically the academic side of it, the instructions, student services, that sort of thing. They don't cover auxiliaries, facilities, the maintenance and operations of the buildings. That's the biggest difference between the sectors. Community colleges formulas currently are, you got one formula and one supplement. You have an I&O formula, which covers academic, technical, continuing ed programs are also covered at the community colleges, 26 different disciplines, and no infrastructure. The one supplement is there is a critical field, they have a small institution supplement for the community colleges. It is based on tax rate. Right now is the big driver, and that's one of the recommendations that's coming from the Community College Formula Committee is to make a change in how that small institution supplement is funded. So I'm going to let Dr. Anglin go over these recommendations from the committee.
Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today. Our committee was made up of 15 members, and we divided up into work groups, and each work group spent time addressing one of the charges, and then we came back together as a full committee. I'm going to address 5 of the 8 recommendations that we made this year. First of all, the Community College and Technical College Advisory Committee recommended full formula funding minus tuition and fees. This biennium, our funding dropped to 37% of formula, and that's down from 67% 10 years ago. So we took a pretty significant cut this last biennium. The second recommendation here is including $35 million in outcomes-based funding. We support outcomes-based funding, but the committee recommends the funding for momentum points be used as an incentive model over and above the current formula-based system. We're requesting $10 million be allocated in 2014 for realignment strategies in support of the performance project, and then $25 million be allocated in 2015 for the first performance year. Again, this amount is requested above our formula funding amount. Next, we're recommending for your consideration a policy statement that addresses the important role community colleges have across the state in the sustainability, health, and viability of their local communities, and that the legislature consider additional measures other than simply basing a policy decision on rates of contact hour growth as compared to other institutions.
And I will tell you that you do have that policy statement at your place, so you can read through it, but it is at your place.
I'm just asking that if decisions are made to not fund a community college, that there be other metrics considered other than just contact hour generation. And then fourth, requesting that you continue the 10% premium on critical field contact hour funding. And then to continue the small school supplement funding, and we're recommending that you continue the small institution supplement of $6 million, which would amount to a maximum of $375,000 per year per school, or $750,000 per institution over the biennium.
I've got a question, please. Is if we redefined in any way the small institution supplement, or are we defining it as we have in the past? Has there been any change in the way we define that?
We actually, the way we're asking that it be defined is going back to how it was defined 2 bienniums ago, to where it's split based on contact hour generation, and then 50% based on tax potential, the revenue generation from taxes.
Thank you.
Any questions? Susan?
Okay. Next. And I'm going to kind of go over what the commissioner's recommendations are. Marilyn, next slide, please. Okay, the commissioner concurs with the majority of these recommendations, agrees complete with the policy statement. You've heard him say many, many times how important the community colleges are to the viability of the state and to the higher education. We also agree with the momentum points. The formula committee had made a slight modification in the momentum points to include adult basic ed and English as a second language. Those are 2 metrics that we don't have data on at this point. We don't have consistent data. There's not a standard way of measuring it. There's only 24 of our community colleges that get federal funding for their ABE programs or state funding for their ABE programs. So we really feel like we need to get a better handle on how that's measured and before we start using it for funding purposes. And the same goes with the ESL. There's a lot of different ways to measure it, and where do you allow somebody to get the funding and not get the funding, and there's too many question marks along those lines. We do think that we will continue to watch it. Those are obviously important things for the state, but we need to get a better handle on them and be able to measure them consistently across campuses before we start tying money to it. The third thing is obviously the amount of funding for the momentum points. The committee is recommending $35 million for the biennium. We feel like 10% is probably 10% of their funding is probably more along the correct lines. That matches kind of what was in HB 9 for the universities, and so we really think that that's probably a good point to be able to change behavior. And the commissioner might want to say more about that, or.
Yes, we had a frank discussion about this issue, and I thought that my position was that we've been talking about this for years. We don't need a phase in. I think institutions have been preparing for this eventuality. I cited the research from the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems that shows that if you fund outcomes at a very low level, it simply doesn't change institutional behavior. If you fund at too high a level, it can disrupt the operations of institutions dramatically. So NSHAM's recommended the 8 to 12% range, and so we just came right in the middle at 10%. And we think that that approach still makes sense, that we should go for a significant amount of money, but not a disruptive amount of money that would, I hope, change institutional focus and behavior. So I didn't concur with that recommendation of the committee.
Susan, approximately how much would statewide would the 10% amount to versus the committee's recommendation?
10% is $233 million. Now,
could I get clarification on that? The committee's recommending $35 million, and the 10% is $235 million?
That doesn't make sense.
Well, no, it's a large discrepancy.
And this is based on the commissioner's recommendation.
Well, that tells me the committee's way away from where we are. They're recommending something far away from where we're at.
The $35 million that the Community College Formula Advisory Committee is recommending is a little bit less, about 2% of their current funding.
It's based on the Washington State model, where that was a range that was recommended for implementation in the state of Washington, 2%. Which actually was the first state to really look at the momentum points methodology. And the data in other states has shown that simply doesn't affect institutional behavior very much.
I agree with that.
And also to understand the Formula Committee's recommendation, would the proposed $10 million in the first year, $25 in the second year, would those be allocated through the same momentum points and weighting, but just step up in amount the second year?
Yes, so the first year would be to use the amounts and distribute it for the colleges to put in processes and align all of their strategies.
Oh, so the $10 million would be just get ready money?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the committee's concern there is that if it comes out of that formula amount that we currently have, that's why we're looking at a low amount to start out with, because our funding level has been cut and dropped so drastically as we've experienced growth, that if we took the amount we have right now and then that amount comes out and is redistributed, that some institutions might really suffer from it those first couple of years.
And the committee's also recommending full formula, meaning 100%
less tuition and
fees, versus the commissioner's recommendation is 60%. Is that also less tuition and fees?
No, that's at 60%. So
after netting out tuition
right,
fees. So what does 100% less tuition and fees equate to?
That would be 100% less tuition and fees would be an increase of $2 billion.
And what was the percentage that it dropped to from over the past two bienniums, from what to what?
50. It's down to, you said 37%, and I think it was from
51 to 37.
To 37.
Prior to or after netting tuition and fees?
After. Their tuition and fees are not part of their formula. So that is strictly the.
Mr. Chairman, we had a discussion about this point as well. In an ideal world, we certainly could see supporting 100% funding for formulas for community colleges, but we decided that we had to recommend to the board a realistic number. I think if we were to recommend 100% formula funding, given that all the indications are that we're going to have a tough budget in the 2013 session, that simply the number would be so high that it wouldn't simply get any level of support in the legislature. They'd simply conclude this is completely unrealistic.
In fact, that's exactly what happened last session.
Yes, yeah.
By recommending.
So we wanted to come in with a number that would help the community colleges substantially, but nevertheless be within the realm of possibility. We just didn't see any way that 100% formula funding would be realistic.
The commissioner's recommendation is still an increase of $488 million. It's a 26% increase, so it is still a large increase, but we feel like it's probably a little more, might actually have a shot at making them pay attention to what we're asking for. So it was kind of, this is kind of a, who knows which way to go, but we think that really that's more realistic. We hope that it.
And we will make the argument as compellingly as possible. The community colleges are, in fact, the linchpin of the educational system in Texas. That we know that more and more students who typically would have gone to universities are going to community colleges because of the cost saving. And we have to do everything we can in Texas to preserve community colleges as a low-cost option for starting higher education.
Mr. Chairman, in the same line of thinking, Commissioner, going back on, we said we're telling the community colleges that we're not ready to do anything about the ABE and ESL programs right now. When do you perceive that we will be able to help them out in that area? What will it take?
It's not that they don't get funding for ESL courses, that sort of thing. It's just that completion of ESL or completion of ABE would not be one of the metrics that we're measuring for their momentum point funding. So it's not that, those are kind of two different things.
When are we going to be able to start using those metrics? In order to give a little bit more encouragement to the ones that are getting the results?
I don't know that we have actually planned for it. I know there is an ABE. We have some pilot projects out for ABE right now, and they're looking at different measurement type instruments. One of the issues with the ABE is that until there is enough ABE money or all of our community colleges actually participate in delivering ABE to out to the community, there's really almost gives an unfair advantage to those that already get the state funding. There's only 24 of the colleges out of the 50 districts that get that money. So you're almost giving an unfair advantage to those 24.
I'm having a difficult time. How could you give somebody undue advantage when all they're doing is helping, they're taking the lead in helping our students move towards getting a GED or move into the community colleges and finish their education? I
understand your point. Our position has been that because not all, less than half of all community colleges have ABE programs, by using ABE as a metric, then you're advantaging those 24 institutions that do. So that we felt that we should stick to metrics that all institutions could compete on, rather than metrics, because one could identify other metrics that apply to only a relative handful of schools. So this way, we're saying we're going to make sure that we have a level playing field, that everybody can compete, every community college can compete equally for all the money that's funded according to certain metrics.
So there's not a whole lot of an incentive we given to those that are not offering those programs.
And I think Dr. Angling can speak to this.
On the ABE programs, most of those started out in school districts, and over the years, numerous community colleges have taken them over and operate them. There's 24 of the districts now, and those grants have not been competitive in, I know, 10 years. And so community colleges that currently do not have ABE programs haven't even been given the opportunity to apply for the grants to begin providing them. And that's where, with the metrics, the community colleges are so diverse, and trying to find metrics that are fair to everyone, the ABE, the ESL, where some can't provide it now because of the way the state system is set up. And then even in rewarding for transfer students when we can't track our transfers out of state in many instances. So those community colleges along the borders of the state are concerned that they won't get credit for all of their transfer students. So that's been part of the issue in moving into the performance-based funding, because we are so diverse across the state, looking at measures to where everyone has the same opportunity to garner some of the outcomes-based funding.
For now, I will rest.
There was legislation proposed last session that all adult basic education being moved to community colleges. Now, if legislation like that were introduced and in fact passed this next legislative session, and all community colleges had ABE programs, and we would consider using that as a metric.
And I think all 50 would love to have the ABE programs, because getting people ready for the workforce, getting those ABE programs on the community college campuses where they see the possibilities, I think helps a lot. And it's just not been something that we've been able to.
Yeah, my thinking is, if we're talking about closing the gaps, we got to look at all fronts and see how we can encourage the community colleges that are not participating or does not feel like there's an incentive. Or like I said, maybe another day.
Just so I understand that, isn't some of the school districts are doing that function, so the local community colleges are not being tasked to do that?
The public schools do the bulk of adult basic education.
So some of the community colleges may not see that as their core mission because it's already taking place in the public schools.
Well, I think, as you just heard, I think community colleges would like to be more centrally involved in adult basic education.
I believe those funds have just been allocated. It's not a competitive bid to be able to offer those programs, and that allocation hasn't changed in quite some time.
Right. We thought this year was going to be competitive and give us the opportunity to write some grants to add to the territories that we were serving, to where our ABE areas matched our service areas, things like that, and then we just found out a couple of weeks ago that they would not be competitive this year.
Members, any other questions, comments? We did have a couple of people come in. Did y'all have comments?
I'm sorry, this is B.J. Crane and John Opperman. B.J. is from Texas A&M University, and John is with Texas Tech University. They are for the general academic portion of
Okay,
this.
sorry. All right. Are there any other comments, questions? If not, I guess it's looks like it's decision time. Is there a motion concerning item 4F?
I move the Commissioner's recommendation. Second.
Any further discussion? Not. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for your hard work on this committee and also the work of your colleagues. It was very thoughtful, and we know you put a lot of time into the effort. Thank you.
Okay, and now we will move on to the general academics, and I'll give a very brief overview, and then B.J. Crane's going to take over. This is the same sort of chart that we showed for the community colleges. The green is the appropriated, the dark blue is the non-appropriated, kind of proportionally. We will talk about an all funds formula here. And so, as you can see, I tried to do a little grouping. So that's that formula: general revenue and appropriated tuition and fees. Those are the all funds formula, and that's the part that we're talking about today. Excellent. They cover the faculty salaries. The big difference between this one and the community colleges is that they cover the infrastructure support and the research enhancement. Those are the big differences for the universities. And again, it doesn't cover the auxiliaries, fringe benefits, special items, debt service on tuition revenue bonds. That is actually all covered under special items. Those are not covered here. The general academics have two formulas and two supplements. Most of what you hear about and what people will refer to the cost matrix. That cost matrix is actually the instruction and operations part of the formula. So that is what you'll hear a lot about. The small institution or the teaching experience is a 10% bonus for any course that is taught, or any semester credit hour actually, that is taught by a tenure track faculty member, undergraduate level course taught by a tenure track faculty. There's a 10% bump. And the small institution supplement is actually on a head count for the general academics. It goes from $5,000 and tapers off proportionately to 10,000 students, 5,000 students to 10,000 students. And it starts out at anything less than 5,000 students is $1.5 million per biennium, so $750,000 per year. And then it proportionally goes down until they reach 10,000 students. Now we're going to go over I'll let BJ take it over for the...
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members, Commissioner Parades. John Opperman and I are going to kind of tag team this. As you'll see on the screen in front of you, the Formula Advisory Committee this year took a little different approach. There's normally subcommittees that are appointed along with the Formula Advisory Committee. This year we went through a little less formal work group. We used work groups rather than subcommittees. John Opperman was the chairman of the outcome-based work group. Gene Bush with UNT was the space model work group chairman. And then the expenditure study work group was chaired by John Antel at University of Houston. So the charges, and what we have on this slide is the charges and then the group that addressed that particular charge from the commissioner. We had funding levels, which the Formula Advisory Committee addressed, relative weight matrix adjustments, mission-specific funding. All three of those were addressed by the Formula Advisory Committee itself. The predicted space model adjustments obviously went to the space model work group, and then the expenditure study work group took on the next two, which were programs delivered by fewer than 3 academic institutions, and then the funding of common general academic and HRI disciplines. And then the last one, which took the majority of the time of the work group and the committee, was the outcome-based funding methods, which obviously the outcome-based work group took on. This was one of the highest legislative priorities of the coordinating board during the last session. Much emphasis on this during the last session, so we put a lot of emphasis on this as a Formula Advisory Committee. So what I'll do is just kind of go through these and then turn it over to John when we come to the last charge, which was the outcome-based work group's responsibility. On the funding levels, the recommendation was to fund the INO formula rate at $57.50, which was about a 7% increase. That included 2.2% of inflation, and it anticipated a 3.2% increase in the weighted semester credit hours between 2011 and the 2013 base year. As far as the funding for the infrastructure formula, we recommended that rate also be increased by 7% to $5.33, or $786 million. Again, 2.2% inflation was included in that increased recommendation, and it also anticipated 8.4% growth in the square footage from fall to fall, 10 to 12. One of the other issues was the funding level itself. In the infrastructure, you have to split it up between utilities and operations. And so what we normally do in the Formula Advisory Committee is we survey all the institutions at that point in time and kind of take the average and split it up appropriately. What we have asked and have requested of the LBB is to augment their biennial data collection process and include fiscal year 12 information in the LBB so that we can have a little more current information. If that occurs, we will use the split that survey delivers. If not, the recommendation is to split those two 50-50, which was what the fiscal year 11 data survey recommended. The relative, we keep going back and forth. The small institution supplement, there was no change to that, as well as the teaching supplement. If you want to go ahead. The relative weight matrix, as Susan mentioned, we use the cost-based matrix, and that has been working relatively well. We've only done 2 biennium of 100%. Funding based on the cost-based matrix, so the recommendation was to continue to watch that and monitor that each year for the Formula Advisory Committee. On mission-specific funding, this has been a charge of the Formula Advisory Committee for a number of sessions, and each time the committee comes back and I think basically because of the cost-based matrix, which weighs the complexity, if you will, of the semester credit hours, the committee's recommendation has been that that's really where the mission-specific funding is going to come into play. This year, because we did have what we felt like were some mission-specific metrics that were built into the outcomes-based model, the recommendation is to use the outcome-based model to identify and fund mission-specific activities. This next charge was given to the Space Model Work Group. Basically, this committee went in and took the existing space model, and they worked through a number of different scenarios to try to come to try to create a model that came a little closer to actuality. Over the years, I think the space model hasn't been tweaked sufficiently to predict what it needs to, what we're looking for predictions. All of the scenarios that were brought forward to that committee required some significant shifts in funding. The committee felt like they just didn't have enough time to go through all of those models with as much scrutiny as they thought was necessary before they made a recommendation. So their recommendation was for right now to make no change, but to ask the coordinating board to establish a work group that would continue to look at this, that could allocate more time to looking at this and coming up with a better model for the next go round. These next two were reviewed by the expenditure study work group. Programs delivered by fewer than 3 institutions that basically encompassed optometry at U of H and veterinary medicine at Texas A&M. Optometry over the years has always had kind of a static relative weight that we've used in the cost-based matrix. And we've never felt like we had national data to use to compare that to see if there was any other better model. This year, with U of H at the chair of this committee, they did take some additional looks at this, got into a little more detail, and they did recommend that we would implement expenditure-based weights for the optometry program. Veterinary medicine, I think what we have seen over time is this discipline, this program was brought in from a special item, and there were some special steps taken to make sure that this program wasn't harmed from a funding perspective. Unfortunately, those steps weren't very well documented over time, so this issue has continued to come up. The formula isn't the norm for the other programs, and so what this committee did was they analyzed what had been done historically, looked at what the funding level for the veterinary medicine program was over time, and basically determined that there was no change necessary, but they did ask the committee, which is what we've done, is to document exactly why that change was made and why it doesn't follow the norm program. On the funding of the common disciplines for general academics and health related, you'll see nursing, health services, and pharmaceutical disciplines. Again, there was no conclusive, comprehensive information that the committee found that they could use as a basis to make any recommendation. So this one is just going to stay. The recommendation is to stay as is with a request to further study and discuss these disciplines. And with that, I'm going to turn the more detailed and complicated part of the program over to John Opperman.
Thank you, BJ. Since this has been a bit of a contentious issue over the last 3 or 4 years, I wanted to speak first to the process on how we got to the recommendations. When I volunteered to do the committee, I was thinking we would have a work group of 5 to 7 members that all very knowledgeable people of the formula funding and work through some options to go back to the formula advisory committee. There was so much interest in this topic that we ended up with a 15-member work group. However, I must say it was a very good work group. I appreciate the work of all the members on this. I think they were very thoughtful. Everybody was very open-minded as we went through this process, and I appreciate their work on this. I also appreciate the work of Paul Turcotte, who helped us through many different model runs to try to get this right. I think before it was all done, we did something like 20 to 30 different model runs to try to get to the best answer we possibly could. We started out by reviewing the coordinating board's last recommendation on outcomes-based funding last session, and looking at that, the use of the metrics for total degrees at risk and critical fields were ones that everyone pretty much agreed with. However, there was objection to the use of the rate of increase in degrees, which was part of that model, and also the predicted graduation rate. The rate of increase, the feeling was it introduced a level of volatility to the model as you go from biennium to biennium, and that we'd be better off not including it. And predicted graduation rate, frankly, was just pretty complex when you added it to the model. We also looked at what some other states have done, Tennessee in particular, because we've had, through the Lumina grant, I think Tennessee has been provided a great deal of information to the state through them. But we looked at what other states had done also to see how we see where the common ground was and where we might diverge. As we go through the recommendations, the first recommendation there is that the funding come from outside the formula using up to 10% of the current undergraduate formula funding. That is consistent with House Bill 9 that passed last session. And that we use a 3-year rolling average on the 7 metrics that we ended up with, which I'll go into on the next page. The committee also recommended that to the legislature that they consider using hold harmless to minimize redistributions if that's necessary. I would point out that where we ended up, most institutions have a redistribution of 1% or less. So, and that was, again, a conscious effort to minimize redistribution, assuming that we stay within the fairway of what we were trying to accomplish with true outcomes-based funding. And I would point out that's exactly the approach that Tennessee took also when they developed their formula. If you go to the next page, the 7 metrics that we ended up with are there. Total undergraduate degrees, which is pretty much the basis of any outcome-based funding, is the ultimate goal for general academic success. Total undergraduate degrees adjusted by the 6-year graduation rate, which we included to provide an incentive for timely graduation. Total undergraduate degrees per 100 undergraduate full-time student equivalents, which was a metric that we felt would help to smooth out the fact that we have such a diverse group of institutions based on size and mission. Total undergraduate degrees expense weighted. This was to acknowledge that there are differing costs within degree programs. And when we first went through this, we thought that having the extra weight on critical fields would offset some of the fact that you have diverging costs. But as we got more and more to the critical fields issue, we really felt like there were still degree programs out there that over a long period of time, if you increase the percentage of your funding going to outcomes, that those degree programs become at a distinct disadvantage because they happen to be high-cost programs. So this is a way to mitigate some of that. We spent a lot of time on critical fields. We did agree with the original coordinating board recommendation that this be double-weighted to provide the incentive to have more students graduating in these fields. As we went into the process, we discovered that the current definition of critical fields is based upon a study the coordinating board did in 1999. And so we recommended to the staff that that study be updated because there was a fair amount of disagreement over what a critical field was. There was also a lot of confusion, just FYI. Critical fields and STEM fields tend to be used interchangeably when discussing this. And I think as you begin to talk to legislators and also to other institutions, to get more buy-in from the institutions as we go through the process, that's something that needs to be made clear, that critical fields is a distinct definition for this purpose, and while there is overlap for STEM fields, it is not exactly the same thing. In acknowledging the differences in student characteristics, we, of course, have a metric for at-risk students based upon whether they're eligible for Pell, whether their SAT, ACT average is below average, part-time students under 12 hours, first-time student with a GED, or a first-time undergraduate student who is 20 or over. We spent a fair amount of time on this one also because I think there is the data behind all of these. Some of them are pretty straightforward. A lot of questions about whether part-time automatically makes you at risk or not. Also over whether 20 is the appropriate age to use in terms of first-time students. But where the committee decided to stick with this primarily because, as I understand it, it's based upon federal definitions for at risk. And so we felt like we would stick with that, but an issue that we might want to look at in the future. And then finally, a metric for retention to provide an incentive to make progress towards degrees. The committee recommended that because this is a new formula, because there does seem to be an interest in growing this part of the formula, that the Formula Advisory Committee and the Coordinating Board continue to monitor the implementation of the formula and make adjustments as necessary. And I think the feeling of the committee is that there will be, this isn't going to be the perfect formula starting out, that there will be some adjustments that will probably be needed as we go through time. But they certainly felt like it was a good place to start. That's pretty much my spiel on this. Glad to happy to answer any questions.
Members, questions?
I had a quick question, just because the way that it's written is a little bit different on the copy that we have. There's 8 measures listed, and one of them is math and science teaching certificates is separate from critical field undergraduate degrees. Is that all encompassing into one?
Math science teacher certificates are actually it's some information that we get from SBEC.
Right.
And so right now, when you graduate a student in math, that doesn't necessarily, it is separate because they don't all go on to get a teacher certificate. So there's an additional step. And so this was to try and get more math and science teachers.
Right. But what if I majored in math and I got a math certificate? Now is that worth 3 points as opposed to worth just 2 because of a math undergraduate degree, or 1?
Yes, it is, because you're not probably going to get them necessarily at the same time. So you might get one, and then a year later or whatever, you get the other one. Because there are a lot of steps to go into the certification process. And we have a lot of people that are coming back into schools going through alt-cert programs to get that math science certificate, not just the math, and then coming back. So you do have different students coming in and back and forth.
Other questions?
Is it fair to say that the majority of the funding for your institution is coming in the form of the formula funding from the state and tuition? Is that a fair statement to make?
For the educational and general budget, yes.
And y'all stated that you're proposing that the formula go up about 7%, 2% of that to include the inflation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do we anticipate on an average the tuition increases across the state, perhaps from y'all's 3 institutions, Texas Tech, A&M? On the numbers I'm seeing is 4 or 5%.
Or less.
Or less. Yeah.
Or could we get a?
I think that's a high.
I don't think anybody's going above 4%.
Okay, so we could be looking at as much of a overall 10% increase in overall funding if we assume that the 7% is approved, and then let's just say on average a 3% in tuition goes up. Is that a fair assumption?
Well, it wouldn't be an additive, because that your base, part of it is being raised 7%, and another part would be raised by the tuition and fee increase.
Okay, I understand that. Your tuition would go up 3%.
Right.
It's not the base entirely 3%, but we probably would anticipate it being in excess of 7% because the tuition certainly would add to that a little bit anyway. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Chairman?
Just a brief comment. I appreciate the great deal of work and thought and modeling that went into developing this recommendation, and it has been contentious in the past, and it's a much more supportive change when we're almost on the same page together, and much closer to some consensus. So I know a lot of work went into that, and appreciate both of y'all's leadership.
Welcome.
I just had one clarification. You indicated the at-risk, Pell, and the part-time and undergraduates 20 years old or over. This is based on a federal definition?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay. Now we're going to go over other way.
I think for the general.
Okay, this is for the general. I'm going to go over the commissioner's recommendations for the general academic institutions. And basically, we concur with the outcomes-based funding recommendations. We think the committee did a lot of work.
Excuse me, Susan.
Oh.
She needs to finish this, though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're agreeing with the outcomes-based funding, the metrics, and the committee's recommendations. We actually also agree with the critical fields that was already in our planning schedule, and with the space model group, we've already sent out letters asking people to volunteer who would be interested in being on it, that sort of thing. So we are moving along on those. We actually agree, think that's an excellent idea. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the funding is actually a year away or over a year away. And so really we'd like to get better information on what we think the state's going to be able to afford or what's going to be available before making a dollar amount recommendation, because there's so much variability and we haven't heard much yet, which is kind of unusual at this point, to what's going to happen. And so before going forward with an actual dollar amount, we do think the recommendation from the committee is very reasonable. These rates do not even get them back up to the 10 and 11 biennium rates. So it is a very understandable and very reasonable rate that they're requesting. We're just not sure because it is still a large dollar volume. So the rates are small, but it's still a large increase in the amount of funding that we would like to wait on the actual dollar amount. So are there any questions?
But the intention would be that this would be a minimum, and based upon growth in the revenue estimate from the comptroller next year, that the commissioner may make a greater recommendation than this amount.
Well, let me. I think what we're saying is that we can see ourselves supporting the recommendation of the Formula Advisory Committee, whereas we didn't think that the community college recommendation was tenable. We think this one is, but before we're willing to make a recommendation to the board, we want to get a better sense of what the budget picture will look like and so forth. But we think this is within the ballpark, but we're not willing to suggest at this point what the exact number should be.
Currently, the Formula Committee's recommendation is around $500,000 or $500 million. $500,000 we'd probably go for, but $500 million increase, and we'd like to get a better. We understand that just funding growth would be at $162 million. So if we kept the same rates we have now and just funded growth, that's still $162 million. But we would like to get those projections before we make a final.
So what is the timing on that then, as far as when you would be prepared for those rates?
What's your sense, Susan?
We would, hopefully we'll get some comptroller's revenue projections shortly. We would be hopefully able to take something to April, or maybe know something better by the end of April even, and for the board meeting. And if not, maybe provide some guidelines to what we would be requesting, and hopefully make changes or talk to the chair and the vice chair of the committees in time before this goes over to the June 1st.
We have John might want to comment on this, but I have been struck by the fact that we've had less guidance from members of the legislature, the governor's staff, and the LBB regarding budget projections at this point in time since any time I've been at the coordinating board.
I would say that no news is good news.
Yeah. That's what we're hoping.
There's been a distraction with the courts over redistricting also.
Move to approve the
For general academic institutions?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? None. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So now we're down to the health-related institutions.
Thank you.
Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and again, here is the pie chart for the general health-related institutions. All right, and the formula general revenue, and again, the appropriated tuition and fees, even though it's a very small portion, the statutory fees, that is the amount of the formula that we're talking about. So that's just the FYI. Next slide. The health-related institutions actually have 5 formulas. So you have an I&O formula, infrastructure, research enhancement, mission specific, which applies to MD Anderson Cancer Center and to UT Health Center, Tyler. And that's because both of those students, MD Anderson has about 50 graduates a year, very small student body, very, very small. And until I think this year is the first year that the health center is going to have any students at all. So they have a totally different model based on what the others are getting. And then we have the graduate medical education formula. Because their chair is not here, I'm going to try and fill in for the health related. Basically, their formula started in 2000, 2001. What they would like to do is to get back to that, gradually get back to those amounts for the formulas rates that they had in 2000, 2001, doing it over a 3 biennia process. They don't want any changes to their methodology. They actually have 6 disciplines, I believe 6 or 7 disciplines. They don't want any rate changes. They did look at whether they needed to separate some of those out and develop a new, another discipline that was different enough, and they decided not to. So that's what the recommendation is. Their overall increase is 12.4%, 189, almost $190 million increase. That breaks out with instruction and operation going up at 9%. Their infrastructure increase would be about 25%. General research enhancement is 31%, and then GME, a 13% increase. And again, we concur with the models and that growth should be funded. However, we would still like to do the same thing we did with the general academics, which is to kind of hold off until we hopefully get a little bit more information.
Members, any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve? If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. That finishes item 4F. Moving to item 4, let's see. Linda, were you going to provide me with something, or is it here? Oh, that's Jay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, very good. Item 4G in consideration is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee for authorization for the board chair and vice chair, board chair and chair of Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy to approve the Coordinating Board Strategic Plan 2013 to 17 to be submitted to the Governor's Office and Legislative Budget Board by June of 2012. Dr. Alonzo, Deputy Commissioner of Finance and Administration, and Susan Brown are available for questions.
Move approval.
That made it pretty easy.
Works for me.
Are there any questions?
We've seen a draft of this, and this is pretty straightforward. I'm comfortable.
Arturo, do you have anything to add at this point? Okay, if not,
Okay. I would like to add one little thing. We still don't have the instructions from the LBB, so.
Right.
Well, that's the whole reason why we're giving the chairs the power,
Yes, right.
Very good.
I understand.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Arturo, thanks.
If you'd been a little faster, you wouldn't have even had to sit down.
Okay, item 4H is an update on the Community College Financial Information Reporting Requirements from House Bill 1, 82nd Legislature, Regular Session, Rider 14. Roman numeral 3, 198. Gary Johnston, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, and Susan Brown are here to answer any questions that you might have.
And we were going to basically go over a little bit of a timeline. This was a rider that we had to look at the financial condition of the community colleges. And I'm going to let Gary kind of step through most of this.
This was a change in the rider. We have in the past, the community colleges, the coordinating board has been instructed to work with the community colleges on setting their reporting guidelines, and that was a rider that we had in the past. What amended Rider 14 this session was that the legislature asked that that the coordinating board assess the financial condition of the public community colleges in Texas, and to produce in the future an annual report that will go to the LBB and to the governor's office to state our opinion on the financial condition of the state's public community colleges. So we have a deadline for the community colleges to submit their financial reports to us each year, and that's on January 1st. And so we started this process by reviewing the audits that the community colleges were submitting, and also using a tool that the coordinating board developed some years ago, in which the institutions enter their financial reports into a database for us, and then we use that for the analysis. So that started our process for meeting this rider, and we have drafted a report with all of the background financial analysis, and we have sent that to the community colleges for their comment. And we are getting comments back from the community colleges about our analysis, about the analytics that we used for making our opinion, or writing our opinion on their financial condition. And as far as the timeline, what we're hoping to do this time is, since this is our initial report, that we've never done this, is to get those comments back from the community colleges, include them in a final report to the board at the April board meeting. We will have some institutions that we are going to ask for them to specifically respond to some of the analytics that we've done on their financial condition, and give the board an explanation of either corrective action that they're taking on their financials, or an explanation of what the financial analytics are showing. And if there's any questions,
members, Mr. Chairman.
The CFI that's referred to, Gary, I may have missed this. Who developed that? It says it's commonly used in higher education.
There's been two publications that have been sponsored by the National Association of College and University Business Officers. That was done by KPMG, that looked at that helped develop this CFI index, and it's in the second revision that we're using the definition of CFI and the components of CFI. But as stated in our overview of this, we're not just using CFI as our only analytical tool for this analysis. We're also using the audit opinions of their independent auditors, and also the accreditation status of the institutions for that. Also, a couple other revenue diversity, because as was mentioned earlier, there is a pretty broad range in the amount of revenue that public community colleges are counting on from the state, anywhere from 21% up to 47% of their total revenue is coming from the state of Texas. So there's We're also looking at are they over-relying on one or two sources of revenue in our analysis?
Any other questions? Not, is there a motion to approve item 4H?
We don't need an.
Sorry?
It's just an update. Next month.
Said I needed a motion.
It's a script error.
That's right, script error.
Sorry.
Just testing you.
Yeah. Okay. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to consider item 4Q, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation of the committee relating to a report on providing graduate medical education positions for the Texas Medical School graduates out of order. This is the report on graduate medical education, which has been prepared by the staff. I believe it would be beneficial to have this item heard prior to the discussion of item 4J on the American University of the Caribbean. Is there a motion to that effect?
Point of information, sir. Is the material we have here that we're going to consider, is that a draft, not for distribution?
Of item 4Q?
Yes.
It is a draft, and it will be revised again after this meeting.
So this draft should not be distributed?
No, sir. It's not for publication at this point in time.
Right.
No.
So if we move this, then we could consider the draft, but not necessarily for distribution. That's your intent, sir?
That is my intent.
Okay, I'll move that.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So we'll consider item 4Q at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point in time, the graduate medical education study was required in House Bill 2908 from the 2011 session of the legislature, and it required that we include in the Coordinating Board strategic plan information that responded to a number of specific questions, and they were to compare the number of first-year graduate medical education opportunities positions available annually with the number of medical school graduates, include a statistical analysis of recent trends in and projections of the number of medical school graduates and first-year graduate medical education positions in the state, develop methods and strategies for achieving a ratio for the number of first-year graduate medical education positions to the number of medical school graduates in the state of at least 1.1 to 1, evaluate current and projected physician workforce needs of the state by total number and by specialty in the development of additional first-year graduate medical education positions, and 5, examine whether the state should ensure that a first-year graduate medical education position is created in the state for each new medical student position established by a medical or dental unit. Now, in the course of this study, we identified a number of conclusions that are in the draft report, and I would just like to point out a few of them and a few of the recommendations that are in this iteration for purposes of discussion leading into the next agenda item, if that's all right with you. Under the conclusions in page 2, it talks about the fact that we've increased the number of medical school students by 31% from 2002 to 2011. This was in part based upon the Association of American Medical Colleges' request to the states to increase it by 30%. Each of these students costs approximately $42,000 annually, or a total of $168,000 per graduate of a medical school over their 4-year tenure in medical school, solely from the general revenue formula funding amounts. And so other amounts that the institutions use and the cost of tuition and those kind of things are in addition to that $42,000 funding from general revenue. In 2011, the ratio of first-year residency positions to medical school graduates is close to 1 to 1. We have 1,494 first-year residency positions, and there are 1,458 medical school graduates this last year. In 2016, we will have at least 180 medical school graduates more than the current number of residency positions.
So if we do nothing between now and 2016, there will not be enough positions for residents in the state of Texas to meet the number of graduates from our medical schools once the enrollments rise based upon this 31% increase. So if you look at it from that perspective and look at 180 as if every other medical school graduate in Texas got one of those first-year residency positions, there would still be 180 Texas graduates from medical school who would not have a residency position. If you multiply that times the cost of their education of $168,000, then that represents at least a potential lost opportunity of $30.2 million, leaving the state to find a residency position in another state. And residents tend to be more likely, doctors tend to be more likely to practice where they did their residency than where they did their medical school training. So in terms of what we're doing to try and benefit Texas and the number of doctors in the state, losing those 180 medical students is a significant loss to the state in terms of revenue and the investment that we've made in those students. The cost of residency programs is significant to the training hospitals and where they work. Conservative estimates would put that estimate at around $150,000 per year. Those costs are made up from a variety of sources. One of the largest is from the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, which provides funding of approximately 1/3 of the cost of those residents for about 2/3 of our total resident positions. So it's 1/3 of our total cost, but only for 2/3 of the positions that we now have available. So the rest of those positions that are not covered at all and the remaining 2/3 have to be made up by the residency hospitals themselves. Those costs are usually covered by the medical procedures and the medical care that those residents provide in the training hospitals or in their residency positions. And the state of Texas provides some support funding in a variety of programs, several of which were cut back in the last legislative session. And so we're looking at some diminution in funding, and we have not seen whether or not that will result in a loss of residency positions from the previous funding levels to the current. On the plus side, Texas is a net importer of physicians. We've gone from bringing in approximately 2,000 doctors per year up to about 2002, to the point where we're now above 3,000 doctors per year that are coming into Texas to practice. So we have a significant advantage in terms of being able to attract them into the state, and there are a variety of reasons, such as the Tort Reform Act and the limitations of liability on physicians and those type of things that have made a significant difference to our ability to import physicians. If we are to achieve the 1.1 to 1 ratio of residents to medical school graduates, by 2014, we will need to start adding 220 new positions in 2014. In 2015, we will need to add an additional 339 positions. So in the second year of the biennium, we would have a total of 539 new positions that would need to be in place for that second year in order to move us to that 1.1 to 1 ratio. What we're looking at doing and our recommendation are that we should mandate as a state that there be an additional first-year residency position created for each new medical school student slot created, so that we're not losing ground by adding additional medical school slots to the 1.1 to 1 ratio that we're trying to achieve. So if you add a medical school slot, we should add at least one resident slot.
Well, let me stop right there. Two questions on that recommendation. One is, we are losing ground, albeit more slowly, if we only add one for each new medical student position.
Correct. You're right.
Should we consider
1.1 to 1?
Or so? You actually have to add more than that to catch up. And then secondly, we use the phrase mandate. How would we?
Legislative action.
Yeah. Okay.
The second recommendation is to look at funding approximately 10% of the cost for new resident positions, or of that $150,000 for the state to make an investment of 10% or $15,000 for each of those new residency positions that we're trying to encourage the teaching hospitals to make. And to do that, we felt like at least giving a minimum amount of 10% might provide enough incentive for them to begin the process of adding those additional positions. Part of the reason for that is we're trying to look at this in terms of the net effect of, if we're going to lose $30 million a year, if we're sending our 180 graduates of our medical schools out of state for their residencies, we were trying to stay under that amount of money to add new residency positions. And whether that's a reasonable basis or not, I just wanted you to understand what we were using as kind of our upper limit. With $11.1 million, that's about a third of that amount, and so we felt like that gave us a starting point for making a reasonable recommendation to the legislature to try and encourage the growth of residency programs in Texas. The final recommendation is that health-related institutions and hospitals should prioritize establishing more first-year residency positions and maintain those positions through the future. Mr. Chairman and members, that concludes the overall summary of the report. We are going to be making further changes to the report over the coming weeks before the board meeting. For that reason, I would recommend that we postpone the consideration of this item until the April board meeting, so that we do have time to finalize the final draft for you all to review prior to that meeting.
At that point, we'd be looking at a finished product that we would review.
That's correct.
Rather than a draft. Is there a motion?
Move this item be tabled time certain to the April board meeting.
Mr. Chairman, may I request that we use the term postpone rather than table? The General Counsel has asked us to be specific on that point.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we postpone to time certain that this matter be brought up at the April board meeting.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to ask a question. I understand I may be wrong, but I think the Speaker named an interim committee that's, I think, working to address some of these problems. So the legislative, I don't know whether or not we can monitor or at least get some idea or work with that committee to see whether or not how they intend to address the issue.
Yes, sir, we certainly can.
Okay.
Any other discussion? None. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So now we head back to 4J. Thank you, McGregor.
Yes, sir.
Item 4J is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation. Let's see here. Recommendation of the committee relating to a request from American University of the Caribbean for a certificate of authority to offer courses in Texas leading to a medical degree. After McGregor gives an overview of this agenda item, please invite the following. Well, we're going to have some people come up and talk after you bring it up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a request that we had previously brought up at the December meeting and no action was taken. The American University of the Caribbean is a subsidiary of DeVry International. They offer medical school training in the first and second years in the Caribbean. And in order to evaluate this, they are seeking a certificate of authority to allow them to offer clinical courses here in Texas for third and fourth year students in medical school for their clinical rotations. That is the extent of what they're seeking. They are not trying to establish an actual medical school in Texas. It's only for those clinical rotations. In order to evaluate this, there was an on-site evaluation conducted by two external consultants, Dr. Frank Simon, the senior scholar at the Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research, and Dr. Barry Linger, Senior Dean for Medical Education Faculty Development at Florida Atlantic. They conducted a review and provided information to the Certification Advisory Council, which met in November. The Certification Advisory Council recommended approval of the certificate of authority. And at this time, the staff does recommend approval of this. However, I would like to go ahead, and I apologize for not having these passed out already, would like to have you all consider 2 additional motions as part of the consideration. There are 2 additional items that would be added as conditions for the approval. The first one is that American University of the Caribbean notify the Coordinating Board of clinical locations on an annual basis, and 2, that the American University of the Caribbean offer solely courses leading to the MD, but not the degree itself in Texas, without seeking separate Coordinating Board approval to offer the degree. And those are 2 items which DeVry has indicated they are willing to accept and that are appropriate for them and meet their goals. And so those 2 conditions are ones that we would like to add for your consideration of this agenda item. And at this time, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think we have Helena, is that correct?
It's
Stengel
Helena.
Bertram,
Yes.
Senior Director of Government and Community Relations with DeVry Incorporated. Dr. Bruce Kaplan, the Chief Academic Officer of American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine. We also have Dr. Don Pesca, Dean of the Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine at the University of North Texas Health Science Center, and Dr. David Wright, the Texas Medical Association's Council on Medical Education. Helena, would you please
Surely.
open and
Surely. So good afternoon. I am Helena Stengel Bertram, the Senior Director of Government and Community Relations for DeVry, Inc., which serves as the parent organization for American University of the Caribbean. It is a privilege to serve as a resource to you today, and it's just nice to see some familiar faces. Prior to my station with DeVry, I was on the government relations team here at the coordinating board, and before that worked as a chief of staff and legislative director for 2 different members of the Texas legislature and also for the House Committee on Higher Education. So the issues that you've discussed today are not at all unfamiliar to me, and the great care that the coordinating board takes in reviewing applications like the one that my colleague, Dr. Bruce Kaplan, and I intend to speak on today, I'm quite familiar with it. I want to say that it's very important to both AUC and DeVry that we address any questions or concerns you may have. We've applied for this certificate of authority, which is effective for 2 years, to avail our students, in particular our Texas residents, the opportunity to participate in clinical clerkships in the state and to also conform with other regulatory requirements. We take this process very seriously, so much so that when this matter was up for consideration in January, we asked that it be postponed until today. Again, understand there's a lot of questions. We want to address them. So with that in mind, I now yield the floor to my colleague, Bruce Kaplan.
Thank you, Helena. My name is Dr. Bruce Kaplan. I am the Chief Academic Officer for the American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine. I've been associated with the school for approximately 15 years. I've also had a long history in graduate medical education. I've run a large amount of ACGME residency programs at a large teaching hospital in the Detroit area, so familiar with both the undergraduate medical student and the graduate residency component. AUC was established approximately in 1978. It's only one of 3 Caribbean schools that has been recognized by the U.S. Department of Education as having standards comparable to the LCME-MD schools in the United States. Over 90% of the students that matriculate at AUC are U.S. graduates. We have approximately 5,000 alumni of the university, and approximately 60% go into primary care medicine. We have approximately 167 Texas alumni. 45% practice within family medicine, internal medicine, throughout 38 counties across the state of Texas here. We have supplied both residents and physicians, fully licensed physicians, to the state of Texas for many years with no cost to the Texas taxpayer. And with your permission, I'd like to completely have you understand any of the dynamics that may be of concern to the committee and further clarify what we're seeking here. It was stated, but I once again would like to clarify, that we have no intention to operate or start a medical school in the state of Texas. We're only seeking to have our Texas citizens who have requested for years to be able to participate in residency programs and also be licensed physicians have the opportunity to be able to do clerkships in the state of Texas. We have opportunities in multiple other states in the UK where they can join in to become clerks, basically students in the third and fourth year. We do not have that opportunity in Texas. Texas supplies probably within the top 3 amount of students cohorts at the university. Texas is always within the top 3 number of citizens. The other 2 are usually California and New York. Both of those have opportunities for our students to go into clerkships, and Texas does not. We understand that we do not want to cause any problem with the current state, either allopathic or osteopathic clerkships, training of third and fourth years. We're extremely sensitive to this issue and do not wish to have a contentious or a state where we would cause concern from the medical schools, and want to be collaborative in the effort and wish to cooperate both with the commission and the board and the schools within the state to try to work out a synergistic situation where we'd allow our students who are state citizens to have the opportunity to train here, hopefully eventually become residents or state physicians. I would like to speak to the issue that we received a positive review by the expert consultancy that was sent down, who had an on-site inspection that had a first-hand knowledge of the university here. And I'd like to speak specifically to the fact that we have not engaged with any discussion with any of the hospitals in the state. We have no sites at this point that we're engaged with. We have tried to abide with the intent and rule and regulation of the regs that you have on board, and have proceeded through with the opportunity to get the certificate of authority granted today. Once again, I want to define, we're looking for a limited scope of a demonstration project on a limited time basis, which is the 2-year certificate of authority, to have a small number of clerkships established within the state to allow particularly our Texas citizens to be able to have training here. We would negotiate with hospitals that show an interest to AUC, the American University, that have capacity that is not currently being utilized by the allopathic or osteopathic schools. And then we would enter into an affiliation agreement, which is required to obtain licensure in most states. I would like to stop at this point, and I think it may be more helpful in regard to directed questions to any of the specifics, and I will stop at this point. Thank you.
Any questions at this point, members? If not, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You mentioned the LCME. Is your institution certified by LCME? I thought it was not.
No, the way it works is the U.S. Department of Education, through the liaison committee, like guidelines, then accredits an accreditation committee which goes and accredits the school. But the LCME only does domestic schools. They will not go out of the state. So it's a LCME-like review that the DOE then approves an accreditation body to do that, but it's not the LCME.
But clarify for me, do your graduates get an MD or a DO?
No, they're all MDs. They're all fully licensed in 50 states.
So if that institution was in America or inside the continental United States, if you will, LCME would be their certifying body?
That is correct.
And this is something through the DOE that does this as a liaison for offshore institutions?
It's the NCFMEA that does it with the Department of Education.
I'm not familiar with that acronym.
Go ahead.
It's the National Committee on Foreign Medical Education and Accreditation.
Which is a subsegment of the DOE.
Okay. And you said you have 5,000 alumni now?
We have approximately 5,000 alumni since 1978.
But only 167 are practicing in Texas?
I think we
have 167 alumni from the state of Texas at this time.
Which means they live in Texas now? Or they came to your school from Texas?
Correct.
Which one? They came to your school from Texas?
They came to our school from Texas.
Okay. So we're not sure how many of your alumni are now practicing in the state, though, right?
No, we are, actually.
Okay.
Let me get you the number.
I believe you indicated 45 in your initial statement.
Okay. I'm sorry I missed that. And then just to clarify, was your intent that the people who would do clerkships here would be Texas citizens, or it would be open to all of those that are enrolled in your university?
Yeah, the primary motivation for me coming here today is for years we have had Texas citizens who've said, can I go back to the state and do training for third and fourth year? We would be happy to limit on a demonstration project that the individuals coming to do clerkships here the third or fourth year under this authority would just be limited to Texas citizens, if that would be of favor to the committee.
And do you have, what is your student, what is your class graduate? How many medical students do you have?
We approximately 300 per year graduate.
300 per year. And do you have an estimate of how many, the maximum number you would want to spend their third or fourth year in Texas would be?
Yeah, I would estimate, I mean, we would be happy with if we had 20 spots per year would be fine.
Okay. Thank you.
And what other states, you said that California, New York, but not Texas, but what other states?
We're in Florida, we're in Maryland, we're in Michigan, we're in Illinois. We have many other states.
What's the total number then?
Of states? I believe we allocated, I think it was nine additional, 9 states in total.
Dennis?
Could I ask again, I think you may have said, how much does it cost the citizens of this state to educate these physicians that do come back here, even though the number looks to be fairly small? But does it actually cost us anything at all for them to come back and practice here? Or
no, I'm not aware of any cost that the state of Texas will incur.
None of the taxpayers incur any cost whatsoever?
Neither in the training, no, there is no cost.
The so-called 20 students that you'd like to have come back, will the taxpayer incur any cost in those students coming back?
No, they would not.
So it's a win-win for Texas, even if we just get 20 of those people, because it's not really costing us anything. That would be correct.
That would be correct.
Safe to say that?
Excuse me, if it's third and fourth year, that would be 40 a year. A total of 40, 20 rolling through a year.
40, but still would be no cost to the taxpayers.
That is correct.
And would you venture to say that would increase our chances of getting those Texas citizens and United States citizens back to the state?
Yeah, we have found that it's very strong.
Would it improve our chances of getting those individuals to come back and practice in Texas if they could come back and do the third and fourth year clerkships here?
Yeah, I'm referencing, there was a handout we gave here, but 77% of the Texas residents who matriculated at AUC returned to the state. So
the answer to that would be yes.
Very high allegiance to coming back to the state. And we find that now, once again, I get continuous requests for students who want to train in the state, do residencies, and or come back and practice here. So they seem to like the state, they come from Texas, and they want to come back.
Could I ask you this
have
question?
Something to add?
I just wanted to clarify. Could you help me understand? Did you say 20 spots per year, so a total of 40 slots, or were you saying a total of 20 slots?
I was actually just saying a total of 20 slots.
Okay. Thank you.
That's 10 and 10.
Well, it's 20. There's two differences. During the third year, you have what's called core rotations, which is a sequence of internal medicine and pediatrics and surgery. The students take this contiguously, and it takes about 50 weeks. In the fourth year, they do elective rotations, and this is much less difficult to obtain. So I'm more concerned about the third year core rotations. The elective rotations in the fourth year are much less of a concern.
May I? Oh, I'm sorry. Jurgen, would you like to go?
I heard correctly, there is shortage of spots in Texas. Our Texas medical graduates go out of state. We don't have enough spaces. Is that correct, McGregor?
The GME study that we just talked about before is a discussion of the residency programs, which is post-medical school. So it is for those who have completed third and fourth year clinical rotations, which is what we're talking about with AUC. They're looking for clinical rotation spots for their third and fourth year students. the GME study focuses on residency training for those who have completed third and fourth year and have met the qualifying exam.
So two different things.
Two different things.
May I interject, please, since I'm closest to this?
However, there's concern about where those students would then
Down the line.
go for the limited number of first-year residencies. That, at least that's been expressed. Mayor, I don't know if you were going to speak to that. Or...
Yes, sir. So basically, I think that, as everyone knows on this committee, I'm not a voting member, but my job is to represent the views of the students. And since I would be a student that would be most directly affected by this, being that I'm a medical student that just went through this whole process, and that there's nearly 3,300 to 3,500 third and fourth year medical students in the state of Texas that go on their third and fourth year clinical rotations. These rotations are dictated at medical sites that are sometimes affiliated directly with the medical school and sometimes with outside hospitals that have teamed up with the medical school to say that we would like to take on students. The state has seen an unbelievable growth in the number of medical students in medical schools. When I applied 5 years ago, we've added 3 medical schools since that time. There's also talk of adding more medical schools, and so that's a big concern. As far as clinical rotation sites, I can speak on behalf of my institution. We had 4, now 5 satellite sites that we send our students to because the Fort Worth population has become, I guess, saturated with the amount of clinical rotations that we have, to where we send students to Dallas, Conroe, Houston, or outside of Houston, Baytown, and now Longview as well. Students from UTMB go up to Austin. Texas A&M has just recently started to send students to Fort Worth. So clinical rotations are at a premium across the state, no matter what your home institution is. And I think that we've all seen that there's been a couple of attachments that have come, one from the deans and vice presidents of the institutions that represent the state medical schools discussing their concerns with bringing in the ability to accommodate the students that they already have if another institution was allowed a granting authority, and what that would do to displace students in the state of Texas. There's also been a lot of concern in the Texas Medical Association. There was a letter drafted by their advisory council that had a lot of concern that this would negatively impact in the short and long term Texas medical students. And also from students that I've spoken to, the AMA, which is the mother organization of the American Medical Association, has a medical student section. And actually last year there was a resolution 11, from students from NYCOM, which is in New York, discussing this exact notion because a lot of their medical students got displaced in New York from a Caribbean school that came in because they could pay out larger sums of money to have their students rotate, and that caused the state to kind of for those students to lose clinical rotation sites.
The third and fourth year.
For the third and fourth year clinical rotation sites. Sometimes what happens is that schools can pay hospitals to allow their students to rotate there for a fee per student that rotates there per given time. And so with the limited amount of enrollment that the I guess United States medical schools have compared to the enrollment that the Caribbean medical schools have, that money that the Caribbean schools can allot is much greater. And so I think that my concern is that this has a huge impact on the state of Texas and what we can do with our medical students. We're limited on our GME spots. We've heard of what the projections are in the future, but our clinical rotation sites are also a huge like limiting factor in this whole equation. And I think that it would be prudent for the state to take into consideration the concerns of the students, because at the end of the day, we're the end consumers, and we're the ones who are going to be most directly impacted by this. And at this time, I don't think approval of this would help that in any way. I think that this would just put a bigger strain on the teaching system for the state and for the students and for the clinical spots that are available.
What I'd like to ask, since we are now blessed with so much medical expertise on this board, and I wasn't being facetious at all, David. I'd like to ask whether there are under what contingencies, if any, where you're the organization that you were referring to of the medical students, as well as our 5 health science centers who've all signed off on this letter, that would make them comfortable with at least a short-term pilot program. We've heard, and I don't want to just pull it artificially out of the air, but so far we've heard Dr. Kaplan say that they would limit it to only Texas residents and only a total of 20 slots. which we would, I presume, build that limitation into anything we consider. Talk about, how we shape this so that the impact would be minimized and we could get a chance to determine whether or not this would ultimately lead to a net benefit or a net cost.
Possibly, could we hear from Dr. Pesca and Dr. Wright?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Don Pesca. I'm the Dean of Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine at the University of North Texas Health Science Center, and I'm here representing my colleagues from the other medical schools around the state. You did receive a copy of our opinion and our concerns on this matter, and based on the comments made by the members of the board in this and in the previous motion, I'm prepared to just say thank you because you've clearly stated our major concerns on this issue. Our concerns are focused around access and cost. As you know, for the past 10 years, we've been increasing our class size in order to help increase the workforce in healthcare in the state of Texas. Not only have we increased our class size in medical schools, we've also increased our mid-level provider programs with physician's assistants, nurse practitioners, all of whom are competing for these same clinical education opportunities. As a group of schools, we meet on a regular basis. We collaborate to assure that only quality education is provided to all of our students. And so, as Dr. Barzin had indicated, we see our students in each other's communities where such opportunities are available and don't tread on the needs of the neighboring institution. In that regard, we only seek to use those facilities that have an established record of medical education and culture within those facilities because that's where we can attain the best quality for our students. Where we need to go beyond that, I can tell you that it takes us between 2 and 3 years to develop a new clinical site. We have been working collaboratively with the University of Texas in Tyler to develop the site in Longview, and we've been working on that for 3 years and have now begun to allow students to be there in conjunction with a new residency program as well. And so we take this very, very seriously. Because we believe the health of our citizens lies in the balance. The other issue we have, of course, is cost. We are nearly run out of these positions overall in the state, and so the cost of developing a new site, plus the cost to the institution to have our students there, continues to go up. Our affiliate hospitals have worked with us over the past decade as their costs have gone up, as their reimbursement has gone down, as our capitation has gone down from the formula to try to hold the line on what costs we have to offset for them. Nevertheless, those costs are beginning to climb. I'm in negotiation with 2 of our core hospitals at this time, both of which are seeking to nearly triple what we currently provide to them to reimburse them for their costs for having our students there. Nevertheless, this is necessary for us, it's necessary for our students, and we believe it's necessary for them to continue to provide the services to us that we require. Our concern in the anecdotal cases mentioned, both in New York and California, is that local medical schools in those sites were both forced to remove students from facilities that negotiated with and eventually awarded clinical rotation sites to offshore medical schools. Neither of the local schools in those sites, one mentioned by Dr. Barzin, neither was able to compete on the basis of cost. It's a rather large seduction for those hospitals who are facing loss of revenue from their own operations to accept the larger sums of money that were offered to them. And frankly, the local schools just couldn't compete with that. And so these are our concerns on this, and while we recognize and appreciate the concerns that AUC presents regarding displacement of our students, while there may be no cost to the state of Texas, we are at that tipping point where 20 students coming in will result in 20 students going out unless there's an appropriate development. We are not yet reached our capacity of the approved positions at our schools. This is still part of a ramp up of that 31%. And so our class sizes over the next 2 to 5 years are continuing to increase in response to that original mandate, both nationally and within the state of Texas. In addition, we have 3 other medical schools that are in various stages of planning within the state, and without very careful planning in this regard, it would compromise their development going forward. So I think these are all extremely serious considerations that we all need to make. We are all stakeholders in this process, and I believe we, at this point, lack the full body of information to make a definitive decision on this question.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Wright?
Yes. I'm Dr. David Wright. I'm a family practice doctor here in Austin, and I am also part of the teaching faculty in the residency program here in Austin at Brackenridge Hospital, which is associated with Southwestern Medical School. And I've been with the residency program for about 27 years. I'm also the clerkship director in the clerkship rotation in family medicine for the medical students from the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston that are here in Austin doing their 3rd and 4th year rotations. And I'm here representing the Texas Medical Association's Council on Medical Education, and our chairperson is Dr. Cynthia Jumper, who is up in Texas Tech. And so I was asked to come in and sort of give my insight into what the problems are. And I think we've discussed this amongst ourselves, the members of the Council on Medical Education, what the pros and the cons would be. And for us, I think the issues boil down to 2 salient issues, and one has to do the current shortage of clinical training spots, and the other is a concern on the quality, educational quality, and what does that mean, and how do you maintain quality and quality assurance. And you know, I think that Mr. Stevenson has sort of laid out the groundwork of what the problem is, in the sense that medical schools, the enrollment was expanded without necessarily thinking about, well, where are all these students going to be trained, and what is the nature of that experience going to be. The way that medical school is really divided up into, so you have first 2 years of basically a basic science, which is sort of laying the groundwork of a scientific basis of medicine, and where students focus on pathology, physiology, pharmacology, biochemistry, and all of these things. And so the next thing is, how do you take that information and apply it into a clinical setting? And so the 3rd year of medical school is actually the most critical aspect of one's education. That's when you see patients, you interact with patients, and you begin this process of this question of what does it mean to be a doctor. And it is of utmost importance that the student has an appropriate educational experience. And one of the, let me just sort of give you sort of some just examples of how this problem of not enough faculty, not enough clinical sites, enough room in a clinic translates into problems. And for instance, we have a relationship with Galveston, and we have a responsibility to train medical students that are in Austin for their third year rotations in family medicine, and that involves a number of faculty members, and where that student spends the whole day with a faculty member, seeing patients with that faculty member, and the students assign a number of patients to see. They see that patient, then sit down and discuss with the faculty what transpired. And it's fairly labor intensive in the sense that it takes time, and we have to understand the fact that if you're supervising a medical student, the number of patients that you may see has to be taken into consideration. So there is a cost in that situation where the number of patients that a faculty member may see is going to be a little bit less when you're dealing with a student because you have to teach that student. Now, it was very interesting is that what happened to Galveston during the hurricane, because of the fact that I had a devastation on the island, we were asked to absorb more students, and we did at that time. The problem with that is that it created a tremendous amount of chaos, and that what we could not do is to control the quality of what that experience might have been. And as much as we tried, there was a significant effect on the quality of the educational experience that those students received because of the fact we did not have enough time to spend with the additional number of students. And so our main concern here is that if every year Galveston asks me, can I take one more student? And for the last 7 years, I've had to turn them down because we don't have capacity. We don't have enough faculty, and we can't provide that adequate job. And it's the same problem that's faced at Brackenridge Hospital, of having enough faculty to supervise enough medical students. Our main concern is the fact that we have an obligation to train the medical students that we have here in our state. And right now it's very, very tenuous. And it doesn't sound like much. It's, 20 students. What would 20 students? And I can just tell you that in our experience, trying to just take one, maybe two extra students has a very negative impact on all kinds of different things that take place in our clinical rotations. So, I think that our problems are not only what would we do for these 20 students that be looking for third-year spots, but what are we going to do with the influx or the increase in the number of students that will be matriculating into third and fourth year spots? How are you going to take care of them? And how are you going to give them the education they need?
I do think that you've gotten your point across, Mr. Chairman.
I was just going to ask, can you quantify that? We just heard some figures on the number of first year residency slots that we're going to need to create over the next 2 to 4 years, another 220 that's going to quickly become another 350 that we need. What are the equivalent number of new third and fourth year clinical spots that we need to create?
I think that is kind of dependent upon a number of different things. One is that is looking at the reason why have teaching hospitals had to downsize, for instance. At Brackenridge, I can just tell you at our experience is that we've lost a number of beds, and it's just because it was not economically feasible to try and keep all the beds open. Part of the problem is where are you going to find the faculty to supervise the residents? It's incredibly difficult for us to find quality faculty that would want to be a teacher. And because of the fact that, and even when you have people on your faculty, there's such a demand that most of their time be directed towards generating revenue, not necessarily teaching. So this is a very complicated problem. So I think that one of the things you have to look at is how would you expand faculty that's going to supervise medical students. And that's what we're faced with right now. It's not just, we're not doing anybody a favor just on throwing somebody into a rotation just as another extra appendage.
Dr. Peska?
Yes, sir.
Of the medical students, do all of your students do their third and fourth year, what do you call it, clerking or whatever, in Texas?
Yes.
How about, and you may not know this information, how about the other medical schools? They're all done in Texas, the third.
To my knowledge, we have held the line and kept all of our students in the state. It's where our students want to be. As you know, 90% of the state universities are required to accept their students as residents of the state of Texas. To my knowledge, Baylor additionally uses its facilities available to it to keep its students in Texas as well. To answer the previous question, I can give you an estimate that, and Texas Medical Association keeps this data, but I would estimate with the current schools in place, we are looking at probably an increase of another 200 students over the next 2 to 4 years with the current schools that are in place. That number goes up if any of the proposed schools come in. We have a school that was already approved in the Valley in the UT system that's yet to come online, and then proposals both from my campus and from Texas system in Austin, which you're aware of. In each of these instances, the clinical facilities for that training, for that incremental number of students are yet to be fully developed, and each school develops those positions, as I say, as these positions come online. Our move into East Texas is part of that projection of our growth, and our largest class size is yet to enter clinical rotations. And so we can see anywhere from 200 students in the next 3 to 4 years up to as many as 600 students in the next 10 years.
Would the 610 years accommodate the 3 proposed, or
that would be that would be a potential with if 2 of those schools came on board. I would think we would see something like that.
And how many faculty? What's the faculty ratio needed for those third and fourth years?
Well, as institutions, we average a faculty to student ratio of about 2, the bulk of which are clinical providers and adjunct clinical providers. And so if you figure when you look at workforce, when you look at students on ambulatory rotations, they're going to be one faculty member per 2 students. When you look at in-hospital rotations, it's maybe 1 faculty member per 4 students. We projected for an increase of 100 students on our campus, we would need approximately 70 more clinical faculty of appropriate diversity in one of our studies. So that can give you some idea.
One thing I'd like to just add to that is that one of the challenges for us, or especially for the medical schools, is to make sure that the experience that a third year medical student would have, that there would be no difference in the experience if you did your rotation in Laredo, Texas, or if you were doing it at Ben Taub in Houston. So part of ours is trying to make sure that the quality of the experience is not affected by your location. And so a lot of times that's incredibly difficult, and it takes a lot of thought process to make sure that you maintain that, so that somebody who's in Laredo is not shortchanged to somebody who's in Houston.
Dr. Tabor?
I just want to kind of clarify one thing, and Dean and Doc, all 3 of us probably went to medical school in the golden days when this wasn't a problem. But just so we clarify that, the third year traditionally is a core of clerkships that are all done at the same institution, all following each other, one in internal medicine, one in general surgery, one in pediatrics. And these blocks all build upon each other, and everyone who's done the first 2 years does these in different sequences. In the fourth year, traditionally, you're allowed to go outside of the institution, and you may be training outside the state of Texas. For instance, if you want to do a residency in a certain specialty and you want to be attractive to the Mayo Clinic, you may go to Mayo for a month and work in that department so they can see your brilliance and pick you from Texas to then do your residency at that particular institution. So I just want to kind of clarify what the dean had said, and I think he would say that. Now, what I understand is different now in our American institutions is, unlike when we went to medical school, you actually see live patients with real diseases prior to the third year. And so this is even becoming more of an issue where in the first year and the second year, you're participating in clinical material. And so there's even a greater need to push that clinical material down. So maybe even the first month that you're in medical school, you're not just working with cadavers and doing anatomy, you're actually seeing patients in a clinic, or maybe following one patient that you see maybe once or twice a week during that period of time. The biggest problem is faculty, and that's where it's a cost driver. And so what's happening now in medical education and graduate medical education is you have a task-saturated, resource-depleted environment. And the prognosis from Washington for further funding is rather poor. It's probably not going to be there. And the report that was given by staff, they're going to be developing additional resources that they've already identified, but that doesn't even get us to parity. That doesn't get us to national parity. That only gets us to a 1.1 to 1 ratio. And so really, if you said, and getting back to the chairman's question, I'm trying to close a loop on this. He said, where could we do a pilot project? Where could we meet in the middle? Where would there be? So I'm going to think out of the box. There's no one in this state that doesn't believe that there are underserved geographic areas of this state and underserved populations. And most of us believe that there's probably underserved specialties, primarily family medicine or primary care, maybe internal medicine, and general internal medicine, and general pediatrics. I could see an opportunity with the appropriate outside funding for developing a third-year clerkship in those primary care fields, maybe mirroring on what Texas Tech has done, with the plan to design that those individuals would be planning to practice in Texas after the completion of a year of clerkship and 3 additional years to complete a family medicine or pediatrics or internal medicine degree with that plan. I could see that possibly being something to be worked out. I could see it also taking at least 5 years to develop. Location, funding, faculty. It's going to require a huge commitment on the part of AUC. But I don't see how this works for the good of Texas under the current formula and the findings. I just think we're going to have way too many demands. And to be quite honest, we're going to probably add a lot of positions before we add any additional medical schools, simply because it's a whole lot easier to put 20 more medical students or 40 more medical students on a campus that already has a lecture hall that sits empty half the day than it is to necessarily build a brand new medical school in another location. What we need is more GME.
I'd like to give Dr. Kaplan a chance. Pardon? Yeah. Just to respond to some of the comments that have been made.
Yeah, thank you. And I fully appreciate my brother in here. Matter of fact, Don Peskin and I went to school together. I know Don for 30 years, so we have not been adversaries before, but
40 years.
40 years. I want you to be innovative and think innovatively here. We are not demanding anything. There's no definite obligation to anything. We're looking for an opportunity here. I'm looking for an opportunity for the citizens of the state of Texas to come back and maybe get some training. I am open to any type of suggestions here, including funding of faculty, funding looking into rural areas, underserved areas. If the hospitals do not want to enter this negotiation and we end up with no slots, we've ended up with no slots. It's just an opportunity to try to provide some additional students who want to come back and train in Texas and possibly stay in Texas. It may provide you some opportunity for unique ways through some stipulations to provide some additional funding, whether it be for faculty or for underserved areas. We're willing to look at opportunities here that would serve both our interest, the students' interest, and the state's interest. And all I can tell you is that we're trying to be transparent. We've gone through the regulatory requirements that you've asked for, including the expert consultancy. I don't want to get into a whole debate about excellence in our training. I think you've been here for a long afternoon, and I'll just leave it at that. So we're asking for a limited scope engagement to try to be innovative, to try to be synergistic with both the state and the schools, to work out some type of situation that may be helpful. If it doesn't work out, we get no slots, so be it. But we're looking for at least the opportunity to get a foot in the door, at least try, do something different, and also, once again, help the students of Texas who are at our school that want to come back and train.
Go ahead.
If I read this report correctly, and I saw McGregor's report, it is costing us $42,000 per student per year in third and fourth year of rotation. And I heard that it doesn't cost us anything. Is that correct, McGregor? $42,000 per year per student?
Yes, sir.
For third year and fourth year. So
yes, sir.
This is the cost. And I hear that the shortage of faculty, medical faculty, the shortage of medical students in Texas. I'm not sure if this will help the state of Texas, what we are trying to do here.
Could I make a comment, please? I'm on the board, but I'm not a voting member of this committee. But we'll all agree that we're facing a potentially critical shortage of primary care providers in the state. I think TMA estimates that we've got about 10,000 physicians in primary care short right now. By the year 2025, that number has been, I may be wrong, but I think that estimate's around 45,000. And what I see here is what I call the American way. A private entity want to enter the market and he's not saying he wants to compete, but let's just assume that he's entering the market with 20 students that you guys say may potentially compete with your students. I would suggest to you that that's not going to make your situation worse. It's going to make your situation better. Competition makes and drives the market and makes us better at what we do. That's what we've always done in America. And I don't think and I don't understand exactly why public supplement institutions would necessarily perceive these individuals that are coming from the private sector to be a threat to what you are attempting to do when he's already admitted that he's going to be very careful. He just wants an opportunity. He's not asking for any money. And what I'm simply saying is that I think we should give him an opportunity, and it's 2 years. If he doesn't uphold his end of the agreement, then we can terminate this. But these are not foreign students. These are Texas students. These are United States citizens that have gone offshore and made a tremendous sacrifice just for the opportunity to come back in this state. And I think they've had enough barriers already in front of them without us throwing up another one. So I just simply believe that competition, and even though he's not saying he wants to compete, is not necessarily all bad. I can remember when Chrysler went almost broke until Ronald Reagan said, we're going to take the tariffs off of Toyota, and what happened? American cars got better. I want to ask one other question of McGregor, if I could. McGregor, are these individuals, have they followed all the policies that this agency has in place, and have they dotted every I and crossed every T with regard to what policies we have in place for an institution that's a foreign school to come before this board and ask for what they're asking?
From the perspective of the staff, they have met all the requirements for a certificate of authority. Yes.
So our policy states that they have met all the requirements that any institution would be expected to fulfill to us present them with what they're asking.
That is correct. They have met the requirements for their certificate of authority.
Okay, that's all I want to ask. So
and that's from the staff's perspective.
Because the policy has been totally, completely abided by.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
From the staff's perspective.
And so we have an opportunity to perhaps address the shortage in primary care without it costing one single dime to the state of Texas. At least they would like the opportunity to help us address this shortage by allowing some of their students to come here and train. And and they're not asking for any money.
Durga?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I feel that if they are willing to reimburse $42,000 or $50,000 per year per student, I think we should consider and give them opportunity like Dennis is talking about. I think this is a good idea that we should give them opportunity. And these are U.S. citizens who have gone abroad to study and so on. If they are willing to reimburse us this amount.
I think. Excuse me, just a minute. At this point, I'm going to call. Just basically, I want to go to an executive session with our attorney concerning this agenda item, and as soon as we're finished, we'll return. Okay. Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We took us a little time to craft something where nobody will be happy. So, at this point, I'd like to call on.
Sir, I'd like to make a motion to postpone the consideration of this topic to the April board meeting so that a work group of coordinating board representatives can work with the stakeholders to develop an alternative proposal for this matter.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. Guess maybe we'll see you again in April.
Who's going to contact the stakeholders?
Raymond, are you going to head up getting the stakeholders and the work group together? Okay. Very good. All right. That was item 4J. Commissioner, I understand you need to leave?
I have to, I'm meeting downtown Center.
Oh.
26.
All right. Item K was on the consent agenda. Item L is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation of the committee relating to a request from Texas A&M University Commerce and Tarleton State University to establish a multi-institutional teaching center in Midlothian in partnership with Novato College. McGregor, unless you have something specific, there's a motion to approve. No, I'm just saying there is a motion to approve. I think most of us are familiar with this. Is there anything you need to add? No, sir. Is there a second to the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Very good. Item M 1 through 9 are proposed rules. 4M1 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 4, Rules Applying to Public Institutions of Higher Education in Texas, Subchapter B, Section 4.28 of Board Rules concerning transfer of credit, core curriculum, and field of study curricula. McGregor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item was in response in part to the concerns that University of Texas raised at our last board meeting with regard to the establishment of the core curriculum and the component area option limitations. And so we provided for an option of up to 3 semester credit hours of the component area may be at the institution's discretion as long as they meet 3 component areas and it meets the definition, meets one or more of the component areas and includes 3 of the core objectives, including critical thinking and communication and 1 other. And then for purposes of reporting those core curriculum courses, they don't have to do those separately for the component area option course that's used for those 3 credit hours. There is also provides for additional, we made a revision based upon a comment we received and said that the excess semester credit hours under G must either be applied to the component area option or part of the specific degree requirements. such that the hours will not increase the semester credit hours required to complete the degree. And that would be sequential, where they'd have to meet the component area option first, and then any additional hours beyond the component option would go to the degree-specific options. And so those were the main revisions that we made to try and accommodate the University of Texas concerns and some concerns from other institutions. There were a few comments with regard to the changes to limit the 42-hour core, which was really not up for discussion in this round of revisions, and then a few other minor comments from the foundational component area that we considered and decided not to go with. So we do recommend approval of these revisions and move forward.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor of item M41, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same side. Motion is approved. Item 4M2 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 4, Rules applying to all public institutions of higher education in Texas, Subchapter N, Section 4.227 of Board Rules concerning public access to course information. HB 2504. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The revision is simply to provide measurable learning outcomes rather than learning objectives, and provides the definition reference to the other location in the rules where we define the learning outcomes. And that's the project that we're working on with the ACGM and everything, so we're just trying to maintain consistency. There were no comments on the rules, and we recommend approval.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4M4 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 7, degree granting colleges and universities other than Texas public institutions, Subchapter A, Section 7.3 and 7.14 of Board Rules concerning distance education approval processes for degree granting universities and other than Texas public institutions. McGregor.
Thank you very much. The federal government established a set of rules that requires all institutions to have evidence that if they are offering distance education to a student in another state, that they are authorized by that state to do so. And so this results in a very significant challenge for all of our institutions, as well as institutions from other states. What we are working on is with the Southern Regional Education Board, 17 states have gotten together to try and establish a compact agreement to where we will all sign on and say that if their institutions are accredited by one of the regional accreditors and meet that state's requirements for operation, that we will recognize those institutions as meeting our standards for this federal requirement. And it's basically to try and eliminate a lot of bureaucratic paperwork of every institution in the country that has a single student in Texas would have to seek our specific approval to operate as though they were operating in Texas instead of just offering a distance education program to one student here. And so we do recommend approval. We did make one change to clarify that this would apply to both the public and private institutions of higher education under 61003, which would include the ICUT institutions. And that was at their request, and we did go ahead and move forward with that.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Are we on item M4?
Yes. We skipped over M3.
Yeah, we skipped M3, so I move approval of M4.
Thank you, Doctor.
I must have taken notes.
Hey, look, I was just trying to move through the agenda. Please forgive me. Item 4M4 out of order. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Item 4M3 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 5, rules applying to public universities, health-related institutions, and/or selected public colleges of higher education in Texas, Subchapter B, Section 5.24 of Board Rules concerning criteria and approval of mission statements and table of programs. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is basically a clarification effort based upon the revisions that we made to the undergraduate success measures for the approval of new doctoral programs. What we're doing is we're taking this for consistency's sake and putting this into the preliminary authority process as well, and making it explicit that these same criteria will be used in the evaluation for preliminary authority for a doctoral program in the same way that we're using them for program approval. There were some comments from institutions that objected to the use of the undergraduate graduation rate, and specifically stating that one of the institutions stated that they did not feel like it was appropriate to look at undergraduate success rates when considering doctoral programs. And we did not agree with that. We also felt like that it was entirely appropriate to look at these measures and to be consistent with those that are already in place for the program approval. We do recommend approval of this going forward.
I second.
Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor of item 4M3 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4M5 was on the consent calendar. Item 4M6 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 21, Student Services, Subchapter T, Sections 21.612 and 21.614 of Board Rules concerning the vaccination against bacterial meningitis for entering students at public or private or independent institutions of higher education. McGregor?
Thank you, sir. This is moving forward. This is some revisions that we needed to make with regard to the bacterial meningitis. It has raised some concerns with the Department of State Health Services. I think that's right, DSHS, and the two commissioners are going to be meeting to discuss this later in March. And so what I would like to propose is that we move to postpone this until the April board meeting and do the final consideration then, so that if the commissioners come to a resolution, we will incorporate that in the revised version that comes to you in the April board meeting.
Is there a motion to same? So moved. Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? None. All those in favor of item 4M6 being postponed until the April board meeting, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4M7, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to amendments to Chapter 21, Student Services, Subchapter 2, Sections 21.1083 through 21.1086 of Board Rules concerning the Educational Aid Exemption Program. Dan?
Sir, we received one comment, and the staff's response is reflected in the blue pages. I'm happy to answer any questions. The rules were not changed as a result of the comment, and I'm happy to answer questions, but would move approval.
Move approval.
Is there a second? If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 4M7, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4, thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Item 4M8 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to Chapter 21, Student Services, Subchapter SS, new Sections 21.2270 through 21.2275 of Board Rules concerning the exemption program for dependent children of persons who are members of the armed forces deployed on combat duty. Dan?
We also received one comment on this agenda item. The staff's response is reflected in the blue pages. The rules were not altered as a result of this comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Is there any discussion, questions? Not. Is there a motion to approve item 4M8? Was there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4M9 was on the consent calendar, as was 4N. 4O was on the consent calendar. Item 4P is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation of the committee to authorize the Commissioner of Higher Education to forward the report blueprint to establish a state system of administration for community colleges, Rider 53, as directed. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is a matter of timing. The deadline for the completion of this report is June 1st. We're in an abbreviated RFP process right now that will conclude next week. And at that point in time, we will hopefully be able to go through the selection process to pick a consultant to conduct the study and get the study completed by the June 1 deadline. What we're trying to do with this is to authorize the Commissioner to approve the report once it's been completed by the consultants so that we can get it through on the deadline.
Okay. And we acted as quickly, the coordinating board acted as quickly as we were.
Yes, sir. We were required to have the approval of the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office in order to move forward on the RFP, and we began the process in September of last year, and we did not finalize the language until February, and we posted the proposal the day that we received the approval.
Very good. Any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve item 4P? Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Item 4Q, I believe, is we've already covered. That is correct,
yes, sir.
Isn't it?
We considered it first, before item J.
Item 4R is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Grant Program Awards. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Robert Curl and Dr. Betty Masters, who are both members of the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program, the ACOR Advisory Committee, and they are here to lay out some information for you all and for your consideration. Dr. Curl. Dr.
Welcome.
My name is Robert Curl. I'm an emeritus professor of chemistry from Rice University. I'm the chair of the ACOR committee. Just to indicate very briefly where we stand, this slide shows what the funding has been like on ACOR. As you can see, in the 2011, the funding dropped to $1 million, and so we had to revise the program to take into account the enormous percentage change in the funding. Already, the probability of success with the previous funding levels was quite low. The program was originally open to any faculty member at a university in the state of Texas. In order to make the probability reasonable to get funding with the $1 million allocation, we restricted it to faculty members early in their career, essentially at the assistant professor level in a tenure track position. And we also restricted it to just two main broad fields of inquiry, part of biology, essentially molecular biology, and genetics, and and the other big program was material science and nanoscience. So with those restrictions, we still had a reasonably large number of applicants. The total number of applications was over
278
278. The total amount requested in the pre-proposals amounted to $21,900,000. So one could see that the competition was going to be rather fierce. After a peer review process, and I want to emphasize that peer review is very important. This is the best way to find out what is the best science and what is the best investigator. After the whole process was over, we're proposing to award 12 grants averaging $80,000 each in these two areas. And you have a list before you of the institutions and the
it's covered in the supplementary materials that are at your place.
Covered in material. The names of the investigators, institutions, and so on. This is a big success story from 2009. Dr. Sawyer recently was received in 2011 a Presidential Early Career Award, which is a very prestigious award for a young investigator, and actually went to Washington with the contingent of people that were awarded this year. And she's done very impressive research in the interaction of viruses with people and their immune systems in particular. I should mention that probably most of you know who Norman Hackerman was. He's a very distinguished chemist who was the president of UT Austin, the president of Rice University, the president of the National Science Board, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, and the chair of the ACOR committee for many years. In fact, he chaired a committee meeting which Dr. Masterson and I were at 4 days before he died. And in fact, Betty Sue asked him, "You didn't seem like yourself today, Norman." Anyway, we think that he's been a great. It's a great thing that the legislature saw fit to name him, name the program after him this last session. We think this is a very important program because it supports the best of the research in Texas and a system, the peer review system that manages to find, is the best way of finding the best research, and it provides opportunities with both undergraduates and graduate students to work doing research with the best investigators. Basic research provides essentially the seed corn for technological innovation, and the ability to learn how to do research for the students that are being taught provides them with a real understanding of not only how to do basic research, but the windows that open for technological innovation that comes from that research. So we would appreciate very much anything that you could do to raise our priorities with the legislature. 2013, as has already been mentioned, looks like it's going to be a tough biennium too.
So if I could just add a few things to what Dr. Curl has said, I think there's some numbers up here that are very significant, and perhaps they are worthy of being mentioned to our legislators because numbers and economy make a big difference. You'll note that the award that Dr. Sawyer received was $200K, and that she received a grant support in federal funding as a result of training a couple of graduate students, a couple of undergraduates, a postdoctoral fellow, and even a high school teacher of $2.4 million that she brought to Texas. So this young lady is obviously outstanding, but there are a lot of examples of this. I will say that I think, and I can be corrected, McGregor, that it was not known when the people applied for these grants this time around how little the money was. I'm afraid that if this continues in this way, it's going to lose its luster. and we won't be getting the number of, and even the quality. So I urge you to put it higher on your priority list and make it a really substantial program for the state of Texas. Thanks.
Do you have any questions?
Well, you answered one that Dr. Sawyer's grant was $200,000, and you say that resulted in a $2.4 million in research funding.
Yes.
The best way for this to become a higher priority for the legislature would be to, perhaps this is where you can help us help you, would be to have success stories like Dr. Sawyer testify before the legislature. Also, at least in the area of materials, but also really, what was the other area you chose?
Essentially molecular biology and genetics, right?
Right.
To also bring in folks perhaps from this cycle who could talk about either what more they could have done or have native Texas manufacturing businesses talk about how maybe going back 2, 3, 4, however many biennium is appropriate, that research turned into commercialized manufacturing of some of these ideas through this grant program.
Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
That data is available. There has been a study done by outside consultants, and that data is available, and we're continuing to collect that data so that we can supply it. It's a very important point.
I think success stories on return on investment and
Yes.
the priority of the manufacturing industry in this coming session, at least with the interim House charges, are two areas where we can take advantage.
And we have representation on our committee, by the way, from industry. So.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Please do.
It's a pleasure to see Dr. Curl. Dr. Robert Curl, I've known him for more than 15 years. He's Nobel laureate, if people did not know. Probably Dr. Curl should go to the Congress and maybe testify. Mm-hmm. And if they see him, they will give the money.
Thank you, Durga, if it's that easy, then that's what we'll do.
That's right. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it.
Very good. If McGregor, we're looking for a motion to adopt the recommendation of the Advisory Committee on Research Programs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, to adopt the recommendations for the funding of the grants.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4S was on the consent calendar. Item 4T is a report on the Coordinating Board Sunset Review process. Ms. Linda Battles, Associate Commissioner, Chief of Staff, will provide an overview of the Sunset Review process.
And since we're running out of time, I'm going to keep it very, very brief. As you know, we're in the final stage of the Sunset Review process. After a much rigorous and comprehensive review by Sunset staff, they've issued their recommendations on the coordinating board. They had 6 issues and 28 recommendations. I'm pleased to report that one of the issues is that they find a need for continuing the coordinating board in existence for an additional 12 years. Out of the recommendations and findings, we agree with the majority of them. We're working on our response, receiving individual feedback from you all through noon tomorrow, and we'll be formally submitting our response on Thursday. Those responses will be submitted on Sunset's website, so it will be public information at that point in time. Next step will be an April 10th public hearing where we will be one of 5 agencies that will be heard. Sunset staff will lay out their recommendations, and our chairman and the commissioner will present our response at that time. Sunset Commission will make its final adoption of the recommendations sometime in June. Any questions?
Questions? Yes, Doctor.
And in the order, it appears that we're going to be 4th out of the 5th agency,
Yes,
so probably get heard afternoon, but probably before
Definitely
midnight.
after lunch, but not exactly sure approximately what time. I hope to know more once they post the agenda. I don't know yet what time they will start, so I'll let you know as soon as I know more.
And to that point, so you want board members to attend? Are you looking for testimony or support?
Support, mainly support. Commissioner and Chairman Heldenfels will be providing the testimony. I'm told that it's very helpful to have our board members present to show support, but that's only if your schedules allow. So
they may need somebody else to execute, so go ahead.
I have seen in numerous hearings the chair or someone ask, who from this or that board is here with us today. So you may at least have the opportunity to stand up and wave. And but sometimes it's those quiet visits in the hall that are as much value as the testimony.
If I could just take the time to mention two things. We are already starting to implement some of the recommendations that are in the Sunset staff recommendation, even though they're not final yet. One being aligning the strategic plan more closely to the agency as opposed to the overall strategic plan for higher education. One of the criticisms that we received from Sunset staff was that our strategic plan didn't reflect what the agency needed to do in order to help close the gaps. And so under planning and accountability staff and staff from really across the agency, we are working on adding those elements to the strategic plan. You didn't get a chance to hear any of that today, but we're hoping to have a broader discussion about it at the April board meeting when we have finally the LBB instructions on how to put the plan together. But you'll start to hear more of that agency element to the plan as Sunset staff has recommended. The other issue is we are going to formalize a process for public testimony at the April board meeting. So this will give our stakeholders and the general public an opportunity to address you. You've heard some testimony. We do have a process for receiving that testimony, but it's not as apparent to the general public, which is what Sunset staff is recommending. So we're going to move forward on those.
Just in summary, hopefully most of you have had a chance to read the draft responses, but although we took, I think, some issue or made some suggestions on the wording and the tone of some of the issues and the recommendations, at the end, when you boil down to the 28 specific recommendations, there were only 5 that we disagreed with through the process of staff and vetting along with myself and Harold, and then 3 agreements that were conditioned upon, some additive language or some modification that we felt was complementary to the recommendation so that we could agree on it. So just to put it in context, that's kind of where we are.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say, and I said this in a conference call, I thought it was an outstanding report. Considering the size and complexity of this agency and what this board and the staff deals with, I think we came out smelling like a rose.
Well, I guess we'll soon know if the Sunset Commission and the legislature agree with you.
Is that all, Linda? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that, and I've expressed what my opinion is on some of alternative opinions on some of those Sunset and the staff recommendations on that. So I know you guys are looking into that. I imagine you're getting feedback from other board members as well, I would hope. But this issue of being wide open for public comment and not being able to, quote, manage that public comment greatly troubles me as far as how long these meetings might actually go on. And there is a culture here of inviting testimony when it feels appropriate or when people ask to be invited that it be allowed. So I think we need to have some pretty serious ground rules of amount of time and the ability to register for that so the board members know.
We actually have a draft policy in place right now that's being circulated internally, and we'll make sure that the chairman and the vice chairman sign off on it. But the way that we have it now is we'd limit the testimony to 3 minutes, and we would require people to sign up in advance of the meeting, at least 30 minutes in advance. And we would encourage written testimony as well, and so we would ensure that you would have everybody's written testimony prior to the meeting. So We're still working on the more details of that process, but in general, that's what we're looking at.
And I guess we're talking to general counsel about the ability to have electronic testimony and upload your written testimony in advance of the meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
I'd ask for a 35-second shot clock, but Sunset thought that would be too restrictive.
We're not allowed
We need a horn to go off, too.
We're not allowed to interact. I mean, they simply make a presentation, but we can't comment. You're talking about public comments?
You'd be able to ask questions.
But this is not posted on the agenda.
It would be an agenda item, a standing agenda item at every board meeting.
But not the specifics. If a person signs, you're talking about public comments?
The comments would have to be limited to any item that's on the agenda.
All right.
So,
yeah, that's right. It has to be on the
Yes,
agenda. They
absolutely.
just can't come up and talk about anything.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
I believe that's the last item on our agenda for the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee. Is there a motion for adjournment? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please stand. We actually need to keep sitting.
So we've finally ended the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee, but we do have a special called coordinating board meeting, which